Double LMC.
And I'm Andy PG.
And in case you didn't know, we are the hosts of Rise Above. Rise Above is not just the premier new organic media podcast in the UK. We also happen to put on events.
Topics they won't publish, instigating cold war like Sputnik. Observe you with a satellite view. Heard the cattle these parasites do. Worshipping the gods of our conquerors.
On the dawn of a harvest sun, are we speaking the truth in the sharpest tongue? Feast on a rabbit, served with a garnished lunch.
The last two have been off-grid camping retreats. That was Archaix and Equinox. For the next event in September, which is the 8th to the 10th.
We're basically showcasing a place called Hope in Sussex.
And we have to stress it's not off-grid camping. It's at Hope, Sussex, where it is a full venue with all the facilities. There's buildings there, a cafe. So this is going to be a conference weekender with many different aspects. Let's talk about what's going to happen over the weekend. Now, the Friday night is going to host something very special. For the first time ever, we're going to have the Rise Above podcast in front of a live studio audience. So myself, Andy PG, Oma Beats, Magix, all the team, we're going to be there. And to get your place in the studio, there's only 100 spaces. You need to get yourself the whole rabbit ticket.
That assures you a place in the studio for the Rise Above live show.
On the Saturday, we're going to be showcasing the excellent facilities at Hope, which include a whole set of classrooms.
So again, the site's awesome. It's got a various mix of classrooms that we're going to use as well. We're going to get Mark Devlin in a classroom to do his presentation. You'll be doing a presentation, Lance, as well.
Michael and I.
Oma Beats is doing a presentation, which is going to generally showcase the great facilities they've got at Hope.
From 6 p.m. on Saturday, we're going to transform the Hope Sussex venue into a full-scale Rise Above rave. 6 hours, ranging from old school breakbeat right up to drum and bass and grime. Don't forget, September the 9th, 2023, the Raw Academy launch party, featuring Mark Devlin, Oma Beats, Magix, Andy PG, Sinstar Dread, Raw Tender, Double LMC and MC Manny, plus special surprise guests.
Rise Above.
Rise Above. On Sunday, it's going to be hosted by the HR department. The Empress has put on a whole selection of wellness and holistic activities. She's going to be doing for the first time, she's a Reiki master doing energy healing. Things like guided breathing from Toroidal Dynamics, Simply Yoga from Victoria. So remember, Friday, the first Rise Above Live ever. Saturday, a whole host of workshops and classes, a 6-hour rave, and then Sunday, hosted by the HR department. This is RAsummit. Tickets are available now from £50, riseabove.tv.
Word, power and sound. Every positive movement, every conversation, every connection, every seed you plant, ripple. Don't let anyone ever tell you that one person can't make a change. Bullshit.
On the dawn of a harvest sun, are we speaking the truth in the sharpest tongue? Feast on a rabbit, served with a garnished lunch. We got the hardest puns. Mind master, trust your ability. NPC is an IQ deficiency. They're living in mental captivity. I'll never submit to these bloodline dynasties. On the dawn of a harvest, crops a song to trade corn with the farmers. Sometimes I want out of this nightmare society like I was born with the Amish. I've got the formula mastered, claiming our power, there's more to be harnessed. I'm no ordinary artist, try wage war, I'll be forming the armies.
EQRANOX, that's Equinox.
harvest moon. I take flight to the farthest tomb. I meditate in the darkest room by the candlelight until the spark exhumes. On the night of a harvest, I see a silhouette hunter hold up a carcass. Any heartbeat's a target, and blood trails the ground like red carpet. On the night of a harvest moon, so sacred, silk on an ancient loom. Hooded robes in ritual rooms, pray all night from yesterday's noon. On the night of a harvest, farmers emerge and they set up a market. It's all business regardless, where your loot is bought and sold and bartered.
EQRANOX, that's Equinox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest song, we're telling them welcome to the Equinox. Welcome to the Equinox. On the dawn we glance to the east. We ain't scared of the mark of the beast. Performing sacred rituals, nobody but a shaman and me. If they wanna take me out, they better come with at least 33 Schwabi and Fleet. Cause I won't go quietly, they're gonna have to do more to silence me. That's the irony, lost in this messed up society. They wanna force their views on our offspring, teaching our children that gender's non-binary. This is social engineering to try fulfill transhuman agenda. Al Gore better come prepared, cause I ain't in the mood to be censored. EQRANOX, that's Equinox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest song, we're telling them welcome to the Equinox. Welcome to the Equinox.
I'm a freelance quantum gardener with a homemade combine harvester. So when I see your crops wilting, I got the organic rod that will harden them. This realm rotates in cycles in counter-rotational Solomon spirals. Masons build towers like Eiffel and vortex points to drain your vital. Simulacrums appear cyclical, toroidal electro-spiritual. The holosphere projects physical, the manifestational synergy's mythical. We got problems, parasitical, inside this torus field is critical. Henceforth mankind is pitiful. Rise and shine, please explain.
Seaside over the rim. Who's that? Someone else skin. Loving the mic, I'm rinsing. What are you listening? Seaside over the marina. What's the most of a liner? Feeling no time, a long time. A little blood inside like vagina. I'm a rhymer, I'm a reaver. Bring the serpent to the deeper. To the follower, to the leader. To the stronger, to the winner. To the follower, to the leader. Some of the road, but I get sneaker. Paragraph that will pop that speaker. Talking about Al-Qaeda. Rise above family, Al-Qaeda.
It first started happening when crystal babies began battling against our old fashioned views of what we're living in, whether it be war in Iraq or Lebanon. We promote the pride in the bodies we've been given, not giving in to the breed of corruption, teaching within collaboration. Pick up every nation cause there's love at every station.
It is, right, we're about to show you what a Ramish settlement actually looks like. Out here in the sticks in South Over Woods.
Only some of us know what's happening. When the truth gets out, I hope mankind can handle it. That's what I want to get you. I want to get you here. That's it.
Hi, I'm Double LMC. You probably know me from such productions as Rise Above Live on a Friday night, or the infamous Serco speech. But I'm not here today to warn you about the Soviet Union. I'm here to tell you about an exciting new product from Roots Brands Wellness. It's called Zero In, fully approved by Inspector Veg and the FDA. In each of these organic capsules, it's packed with essential vitamins, minerals and nutraceutical berry extracts plucked from the organic peasant sphere and mixed together in an expert fashion to stimulate and invigorate your meat suit brain. These make your meat suit perform at absolute optimum level. Rise Above simply wouldn't be able to perform at the levels they do without these amazing capsules. 100% made from berries, vegetables, vitamins and minerals, these capsules stimulate the serotonin and dopamine production. They make you feel like a sexual Tyrannosaurus 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, 33 days a month. When I take these tablets in the morning, I feel like I can achieve at least 33% more. If you want to support Rise Above, you can purchase Zero In or other fantastic products from Roots Brands Wellness. Please use the link to support us. Packed with 33 essential ingredients plucked from the organic peasant sphere to nutraceutically boost your peasant meat suit. Get these capsules now, Rise Above.
How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
One, two, 1, 2. We're back. It's Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, distinguish fear, rise above.
Guys, we apologise for the false start. It's Friday night. It can mean only one thing. Rise Above is back. Yes, Jason had a slight hitch with the time zone. So at 10 to 9 GMT, when I sent him the email, bro, you coming in the sound check? He's like, oh no, he's in a 1 hour discrepancy from his normal time zone. Oh, by the way, hello, Homer Beats.
Hello. How you doing, peoples?
So Andy PG can't make it this week. He's up in his little love nest with Becky S up north. Homer Beats has stepped forward to co-host the show with me this week. Big shout out to everybody tuned in. JJ Recon, James Dinsdale, Flashback. Oh, well, we've got a lot of extra people tuned in tonight. Who else have we got here? WK, Alapaha. You're new. Hello. Yeah, so welcome to Rise Above. In case you didn't already know, we are the premier new organic media podcast in the Clansphere. In the simulacrum, in the crater realm. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, so Jason assured me he will be with us in probably about 4 or 5 minutes' time, and I thought, well, if we can't freestyle for 4 or 5 minutes, then I'm no kind of a podcast host at all, am I?
No, that's it. I'm sure you can freestyle it, mate.
And the fact is, because Jason is such a massive guest, I didn't really prepare anything at all to fill in a gap like this. Hence, we've kept you guys waiting around for 20 minutes. We hope you don't mind the adverts. We tried to make them as fun as possible. And obviously, any of those products that you buy support Rise Above, and we have ethically sourced them ourselves. So, speaking of adverts, let's tell you what we've got going on next week. Next week, we invite back...
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Do you know what? I'm always away for human vibration. I've made one.
Are you?
Yeah, for the second time.
I think, how many times has Human Vibration been on the show now?
3 times now, isn't it?
No, it's more than that. It's more like 4 or 5.
Oh,
This
no,
might
so
be
I
the,
must have been there for that.
This
I've only
might be
missed
this must be like the 5th or 6th appearance. At least the 5th.
She's going to talk about Lady Diana, is she?
Minimum. Yeah, she is going to speak about Lady Diana, but obviously it's going to be on a completely different frequency to what normal researchers would, the kind of approach they're going to have for a subject like Lady Diana and the assassination / psyop, whatever you want to call it. So we're really looking forward to that. However, there has been a bit of a contention between me and Human Vibration in the run up to this, right? Because before anyone had even heard about this submarine thing that's going on, she's already sent me a message. We only communicate on Twitter. That's all she only does Twitter. Sent me a Twitter message. And she's like, wait, have you heard what's going on with the Titanic? And I'm like, no. But before you say anything, people are looking forward to Lady Di. Like, I've already had a couple of messages, and for people to tell me how much they're looking forward to this presentation, which is next Friday. But I think we've come to we've broached an agreement. So she's going to do this presentation, and she's actually going to try and link it in with the Titanic, and then give us the big scoop and everything that she's been finding out about this submarine debacle. Big shout out to everyone tuned in. I think we've probably got a lot of people from the US tuned in tonight. Of course, we are here in the UK. This story. This is an international story. Everyone remembers when this happened. It wasn't just. It wasn't something that was really just affecting people in this country.
I was thinking
for sure.
the other day about this. Funny enough, not about Lady Diana, just about stories. Most stories are worldwide now because of the internet.
Of course.
So every country has its own drama going on, but there's always a global drama going on, which kind of link them all together.
Yeah, I suppose if the global parasite media, GPM, sorry, as we coined it, if they want someone all around the global sphere, right, to know about that, then they're going to know about it. Anyone who's got access to the internet. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Any story can become a global story. Notice the interesting use of words there. Big shout out to Carl Rattican tuned in. I can see you right there. Brandon Bonanza. Hello, everyone. Hey, everyone, he says. Hello, Brandon. How you doing? This is Rise Above. So, right, I'll let you know about a few things that we've got coming up. While we're just waiting for Jason, don't worry, everyone. Jason from Archaix is coming. He's just catching up with the time zone. He thought it was 9 o'clock, his normal time zone. But he's...
You've got to think in America, in the States, you've got... 4 or 5 timelines.
We forget about shit like that here in our little peasant isle. We only have one.
I think it's 4 or 5 hours difference from east to west. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. We only have one time zone in the UK. It's like global fucking base time, Greenwich Mean Time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because because obviously this is quite pertinent to what we're going to be talking to Jason about tonight. When those Vatican knights, the reset masters, came in with this new calendar and started busting around the place with their cross compasses, right? They set Greenwich.
They did, yeah.
As the global 0 point. They decided that it was this particular ley line going through these islands that was going to be the global point.
Maybe that's when they put their black cube or pyramid, whatever it was. You know.
Well, now we're mixing up Vagian theory. Big up everyone that's into God Vag or God Vlamasht, as he's called. So yeah, what was I going to say? We have 2 events coming up. One is online. This is on the 27th of July. It's called Digital Nomad Training. It's an introduction to learning how to extract coinage from the digital realm. Be that by monetizing your hobbies, having a little side hustle, doing virtual work online, investment banking, that kind of stuff. This is an introduction to it. We've got a learning portal called RAcademy, and I'll just put the QR code up on the screen right now. If you are interested in this, it's only £5, which I guess is about $6.50, and you get basically in a group and one-on-one training with support to see if you would like to start earning some passive income and getting a little side hustle going on. Basically, clown world's expensive nowadays, right?
Super pricey, man.
Super pricey. If you're not already doing this, you need to get on it. I've been learning this stuff with Richard Ryder. Big shout to Richard. He's tuned in right now. The tickets for this are flying out. We may have to put on a second date if this one gets too busy, because we can't have too many people at once. Otherwise,
I think it's definitely worth it, especially with this increase in all the taxes they're doing.
Well, at the end of the day, when your bill just to exist in the simulacrum just keeps going up, it's like your daily bill just to like power your avatar, your meat suit golem. Like it's just exponentially increasing. You have to like adapt and do new things.
Yeah, 100%. They're trying to crush it again. If you think about it, people's outgoings are almost level with their income now, if not more.
Like no expendable income,
and all over the daytime television and things like, you know, I catch little pickets here and there on people's TVs as I'm working in the houses, and there's a lot of like mums on there saying, well, we're going to lose our house, what's going to happen, I can't afford to feed my kids, and everyone's going to go onto the benefits, and it's put some massive strain on that, you see.
Yeah, whatever is behind this power structure, the archontic force, the agents that are serving AIX, they're doing everything in the e-clownomy to try and squeeze everyone, whether you're an NPC and you're just part of the construct, or you're a sentient being like the people watching the show. Everyone is getting squeezed.
I think it's an easy way of taking the properties of people.
For sure. It's and we hopefully once Jason joins us, hopefully once Jason joins us, we're going to be talking about these dates that he's put forward for these coming events, and we want to bring it right down. Big shout out to Brixton Jesus tuned in. We want to bring it right down to these real life examples of what the parasite is putting on the table, because Jason has these big ideas and theories, and many people I think are quite. What's the word? Intimidated by
his knowledge, it's his knowledge. And he's able to recall that knowledge as well.
But as he puts it out, because he knows it so in and out, it can sound quite grandiose to someone that isn't really maybe that confident in what they think about what's going on.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, even to people who watch him all the time. Like, I watch quite a lot of his videos now, and even I still think, fucking hell, man, this guy knows a lot.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, holy shit! Someone shut the rabbit hutch door.
I mean, again, today he's in a I think it's a bar that was closing down, and he's bought another 9 books. I think he said something like that, or a ridiculous amount of books, and he's like super pumped about it because it's knowledge, knowledge from old time, which is different to new knowledge. Yeah,
and another thing I'm going to talk to him tonight about is his library, which seems absolutely an amazing project.
He's got the National Library that we need.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So, yeah, I'll just remind you that the tickets for Digital Nomad Training are available now. It's on Thursday, the 27th of July, 8 p.m. GMT time. It's an online course. We'll only have 33 people in there for obvious reasons. Yep. If it gets too many, we'll put on a second one, because we do want it to be like an intimate learning experience where everyone can take something away and then find out if they want to invest more in the course. I don't do subscriptions here. It will be a pay-as-you-go course like everything at RAcademy. Yeah. Yeah, big shout out to Divergent Motivation. We've got loads of new people. Welcome to Rise Above. In case you didn't know about us, guys, we broadcast every single Friday night at 9 p.m. GMT.
We've got a slightly different outlay to everyone else as well. I mean,
Yeah.
do a bit of music, a bit of chat, a bit of comedy, a bit of everything.
We
you know.
don't class ourselves as a truther show. We class what we do as a Friday night entertainment show, but the search for truth and the question of what's going on is a default position here.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't need to
Always
shout out
question.
about being the truthers or seeking the truth. That is a default position for us.
Ask questions
It's the
that are the
question.
greatest.
Yeah. Ask questions that are the greatest, that are the deepest. Big shout out to Dougie Gemmell. Yeah, so as well as amazing guests like Jason, who will be joining us very, very shortly. It's now 21:33. We cut through and we dissect all of the crap that's coming out of Clown World. We also intersperse it with a shitload of memes, satire, comedy, and music from our in-house team of DJs and MCs and guests that we get in the studio as well. So if you're unfamiliar with us, hit the subscribe button right now. Share this with your mum, your nan, your sister, your whole family.
We've even designed our own patois.
Yeah, we even have our
alphabet.
own language. So if at any point anyone is unfamiliar with what we're talking about and we use terminology you don't know, this is how you get hold of us. Well done, producer Matt. RiseAboveLivestream@gmail.com. The comment section throughout the night gets very, very busy. It gets crazy. If you actually want to get a question directly to us that you know we're going to see, that you know we're going to address, make sure you email us at riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. If anyone sends us a really good question, comment, or even better, a meme, and you haven't sent us a meme before, there's a very high likelihood you're going to win a T-shirt from the website. Okay,
For sure. I mean, we've got a whole host of memesters now, haven't we? Mimetic team.
Well, we sort of got like a team of on and off people. You know, they can't all work at once because there's just not enough room in the meme slave cave.
No.
That's just how it goes. So the other event we've obviously got coming up that I was showing you with the adverts for is where is the QR code here? It's RAsummit. So if you live in the UK, or if you want to travel to the UK because you want to come and support us and chill out with like-minded people, in September we're doing our first ever weekender conference. It's called RAsummit. It's in Sussex, which is in the southeast of England. An amazing place called Hope, where they teach kids that have been taken out of school by their parents that cannot stand the clown world education and the grooming and the rainbow mafia shoving shit down their kids' throats. This place is teaching those kids how to grow vegetables, how to think critically. They're teaching them about real history and stuff like that. So it's an amazing place. We're supporting them by putting on a conference there.
What's important about these sort of places is when you do take your kid out of school and do home education, you're isolating the child. But this removes that isolation.
Yeah. Because if people here's the thing. I don't want my kid to be indoctrinated by the parasite, right?
No,
so I'm going to take my kid out of school, right? This is what people say. Well, what's the biggest comeback? Your kid is not going to develop properly because they're not going to be socialised around other children. Well, the parent then says, well, that's good. I don't want them to be socialised like the other children because those other children turn out to be NPCs.
Yeah.
But what about if you send them to a school with other kids that are like them?
Yeah, for sure.
And their parents are like you as well.
I think what one of the things also parents are worried about when you present the kid is the bullying thing for outside of school, when they make friends outside of school, because it's inevitable. 10 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old, you're going to make friends who are of a different mindset, family, and the bullying that can happen because of that is also quite fearful for these parents.
Because that's what you've got to remember. If like the kids that go into normal school, and obviously as a diligent parent, if you don't live in clown world, you're going to be sending your kid to school with like a note from mum and dad of all these like prerequisites. Don't be teaching them this. Don't allow them to do this. Yeah, as you would, right?
Yeah.
Because you're
I
going
straight
through
into
this
school.
right now, yeah?
I walked straight into school and was like, this transgender agenda.
Oh, God,
That's not coming to school, is it? No.
So imagine what that's like for the kid when they're the kid at school that's got the note from mum and dad saying you can't do this, you can't be taught this. It's like, when you're a kid, you don't know why some kid's been taken out of the RE class, the religious education class, for instance. You don't know about the sensitivity of people that have other faith because you're a kid. You just think, oh my God, they're weird. Why they've been taken out of class?
Yeah.
So imagine if you've got like truther parents. Yeah, and you're not allowed, and you're basically...
The thing is, you'll be a bit more switched on to stuff as well as a child like that, you see, and so you're almost a bit intellectually more adapted to that sort of way of thought, than a child who isn't from that sort of family.
Yeah, so this is the exact reason why we are supporting this place, which is near Brighton. It's not far from Brighton. It's got good transport links. We're having the first ever live Rise Above podcast on the Friday night. We've never done it outside of this studio, have we? It's always been here. You know, when we started off with just one single webcam and none of...
And a whole lot of fuck-ups.
And a whole lot of fuck-ups, a whole lot of sound problems. You know, none of the studio here, none of the equipment, none of the lights. You know, we're really, really excited to take this show on the road, as it were, to have a real chance to get interactive with the crowd, with the listeners, the followers, the family, the Rise Above family, or the Ramish community.
The
Ramily, yeah. So we're very, very excited about this event. It is over 18s only. I'd say, well, I'd say over 16s. It's adults only. Some 17-year-olds are adults. But the reason we're doing that is because the last two events we've done have been centered around the family and around kids. And we want to try and keep things different, keep it diverse, keep it dynamic. So we've decided to go
also,
for...
I think a lot of kids might find it boring because daytimes there's going to be much less activities for children.
Yeah.
Even though it's a school for children, the idea is it's about offsetting information that we've been able to collate together, which is more presentable to adults than it is to children.
And also, if we're showcasing these amazing facilities to our family, adult family, that may potentially want to take their kids there, it might be nice for them to peruse them, have a few drinks with their friends, and leave the kids at home for the weekend. On the Saturday...
With a responsible babysitter.
Of course, with a responsible babysitter or a member of the family. On the Saturday, as well as using the classrooms and the facilities there to do some workshops, to do some long overdue talks from the Rise Above team, some quite personal talks as well. In my case, at least, I've been waiting to do this talk for a long time. We're also going to have a 6-hour rave, which is going to have all of the Rise Above team, DJs, MCs, a few special guests as well. Mark Devlin is doing a very controversial talk about the second Summer of Love in 1988 and the whole rave scene, which is basically based around the UK, mainly in London and Manchester.
That was kind of like the start of the rave, that, you know, really, wasn't it, that era?
Yeah, because obviously the first Summer of Love was really centred more in America. With the whole Timothy,
it was Woodstock as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, with acid and everything, you know, that happened in America and it got copied here. But the second Summer of Love happened here in the UK and got copied in America in the early 90s and the mid 90s. Yeah, it was sort of replicated. So yeah, Mark Devlin is going to do a very interesting talk and very controversial as well about the military industrial complexes. Interventions and influence in that happening.
I really look forward to that.
Yeah, and he said, ravers might be a little bit upset by his talk, but that's what we want to do at our academy. We want to push boundaries. And then on Sunday it's all down to the HR department, so it's all about holistic wellness. We're going to have guided breathing. We're going to have Reiki healing. We're going to have yoga. And a couple of nice select stalls as well. We're going to have the Rise Above merch stand there with some really exclusive bits and pieces. So yeah, you can get your tickets right now by scanning this QR code, RAsummit. It's the 8th to 10th of September. Get your tickets now, Rise Above. I almost pressed the clown noise then.
People do want to come from the States. Is there accommodation there?
There are hotels,
hotels
all around. Yeah, on Booking.com and Airbnb, you can easily get a hotel around there.
It'd be nice to see some faces from abroad there as well.
It absolutely would. And also, we do have physical posters and flyers. If anyone wants to help us out and would like to put up some posters or flyers in the UK. Predominantly, that's probably the best use of them, rather than putting them up overseas. As much as we like our overseas listeners, and that would be great. Any UK people, if you want me to post them out, please do get on the email.
So you've been doing the rounds, haven't you, Lance?
I have been doing the rounds so far. I've done Salisbury, I've done Brighton, obviously around these ends as well. I've been posting things out to Wales, to Bristol. Yeah, so we didn't really do much physical promotion for the last two events. This one, we want to attract new people. So yeah, we're trying to get out there and, get more people on board. Apart from fundraising for the project, apart from the launch party for the RA Academy, these events are really important, I think, just to provide a place for people to come and meet each other.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, we've had
in real life.
In real life, you know, it's great to sit here on a Friday night and to watch our lovely show with you know, with all the graphics and the flashing lights and the music and the memes and the guests. But what we're really talking about is forging something new ways of thinking, new ways of being, new ways of doing, a new community. You know, with the Archaix crew, you guys are called errants.
That's right.
Which is the term that Jason has coined.
Oh, where's the button for that?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you need to get on the buttons here because we've got a whole selection.
I really. Does Jason know that I rips his voice and we
I
started?
don't know. hopefully he doesn't mind. Do you know what I mean? Where is
the
it?
first thing he comes on bollocks me for it.
Where is the? Oh, here he goes.
Better you just cut it off. Control everything. That's Full Metal Rabbit.
It certainly is Full Metal Rabbit. Yeah, but basically we think it's very important to meet up and to start forming these connections, these networks.
I think so.
Through our events and through what we've been doing, you know, we've got loads of new friendships. We've even got a number of relationships.
Let's face it, right? So the online community has to be. We need to make it real on the basis that if you think about what they're trying to achieve by their specific dates, which we'll talk about when Jason's on, you know, that's all online. It's all about, you know, becoming part of that metaverse.
Yeah, and also
by meeting each other in real, you're directly combating that.
Yeah, of course. And also all of the fear-based or the dungeon programming, as Jason puts it, that's being pumped out is primarily coming from these screens. You know, I know that everyone's going to, the haters and the naysayers will say, well, you're using the screen now. Yeah. Okay, we know that the internet is a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
It's a tool for control, and it's also a tool to spread the truth and for freedom.
Don't sweat the tech, use it.
But the fact is, when you come together and you meet up physically in real life, and there are no screens involved, and nothing is being digitized and sprayed out in a bandwidth to a transponder and then redigitized, the dungeon programming AIX, it can't get involved.
No, it can't.
It can't get involved. You know, when you go to a gathering or you meet up with a group of people and everyone there is on the same vibration, there are no, you know, Agent Smith characters there. There's no NPCs. There are no sort of rogue NPC meat suits that are just carrying out their programming. Everyone's there on a conscious vibe. They've got the right intent. That's when, you know, all of that programming fades away. I think.
I suppose that's why our events, the last two we did, were so important because they were in a place where it was just cut off.
Oh, politics.
No, that's the wrong button. Where's the cut off button?
Cut off. This one here.
Better you just cut it off.
There you go.
That's it.
It does say on the screen. We've got they're annotated up there.
The AI can't control everything.
That's right, Jason. It can't control everything. He hasn't turned up yet, so we have to use buttons with his likeness on. It's like a digital avatar.
I can't wait for him to be here. To be fair, not that we're rushing him, but
I need to check.
I've
my
got a lot
email.
of things that I wanted to know from him.
Yeah,
you know?
no, we've been listing the points before he gets here. All right. Well, he sent me the last email at like 3 minutes to 9, saying, "All right, I'll see." I said, "Oh, all right, don't worry, we'll see you in half an hour." And he sent one at 41 minutes ago. Awesome. So technically, he's only 9 minutes late. We'll let him off.
Remember, I've told you guys many times, you're an errant, which means you're a problem.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
That's the best one. That's really good. What's everybody saying in the chat? Who have we got here?
Looks like we've got a call from Mr. PG. Yeah.
Oh, Andy Sheldrake's calling me. Hold on. Yes, can I help you? Yes, it is Rise Above. You're not live on Rise Above, but I am. Oh right, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm just patching Andy PG into the.
Good evening, Andy.
One sec.
He's not here yet.
Roadcaster Pro. Here we go. Andy PG, welcome to Rise Above.
Good evening, Rise Above and crew.
Hi.
Oh, is that Becky S there as well?
It is Becky. Yes. Hi.
You are live and direct with both of us.
Yeah.
For some reason, you're only coming out on one channel, but it's okay. You're only coming on the left ear, but everyone can hear you loud and clear anyway. So
cool. I thought as Archaix was late, I thought I'd sort of give you a call in, have a quick chat to fill some time.
yeah, why not? I think that's called saving us, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
As you can see, mate, I haven't even made a swab show or anything because it was like Jason's coming on. I was like, sweet, I'll just prepare some questions. I don't need to put a swab show together.
I'm sure there's plenty of schwabbery left from previous weeks to showcase.
Oh yeah, I could have whipped out last week's swab show actually.
Yeah.
Maybe I will.
I'm a beat. How's it feel in the hot seat there, my man?
It feels like you sit there too often, and
yeah,
it's got
like you on those
turntables,
mate.
Yeah, I know. It's even got a little imprint on this right hand side armrest of your arm here, Andy. I'm starting to miss you a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh, sorry about that.
Hey, that's a big swivel chair to fill, mate. That's a big swivel chair to fill. So you're up in you're up north, yeah?
I'm in the north, mate.
I won't dox Becky as we're saying what town it is.
She's shown me all the sights of her hometown. We've gone for a few drinks and stuff like that. So, Lance, you've got my list of questions for Jason.
I have, yeah. I have.
Excellent. Let's make sure we get those fully across. There's some good ones in there that I think the viewers will like to hear.
Excellent.
Oma Beats is bringing the rabbit hole points like the proper bombs this time. It's just been showing a few. You know how last time Jason came on, I had my moment where I showed him the equation for Yahweh.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, it's quite an achievement to leave Jason Archaix.
He was like, "Whoa, I hadn't put that together." I was like, "Yes." I was like, "What a big moment right here." But the thing is, right, since then, when I see people in the Archaix group on Facebook and the Errants Unlimited platform or whatever it is called, and they're talking, now it's like everyone is just, when they say like AIX, they're listing like Demiurge and Yahweh like in a little list. So everyone is sort of like they're bringing all these different ideas together. I'm not saying I created that at that moment, but I'm just saying it's a consensus thing where people are looking at all these different names for the same phenomenon. And
maybe you were the catalyst, Lance.
Maybe. Well, I've got to take credit for that one as well. No, listen, everyone's done a lot of hard work and unpacking all this stuff. But yeah, I think maybe tonight Oma Beats is going to bring the raw shit because he's shown me some stuff around a couple of dates that are popular with
awesome,
Jason.
Man. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think Jason must have almost finished doing his makeup. He told me he was going to be 30 minutes. He's been.
We could have had another cocktail.
Is Matt going to be there as well?
Matt is here.
Matt, can you not see the screen? Matt's
No, not Matt. I mean Archaix, Matt.
No, because this is why Jason is late. Got the timing wrong because he's not in Texas. I think he's in North
Carolina. Yeah,
he's in North Carolina,
gotcha.
Which is 1 hour. Is it?
He's 1 hour behind.
I can't work out if it's before or behind. 1 hour behind. Yeah.
Yeah, be 1 hour behind.
Yeah.
It's further to the west, I think.
Yeah, because he thought it was the same time. He forgot.
No, that's cool. Yeah, we're looking forward to hearing what he's got to say. Because, like Lance, last time we had Archaix on the show, I hadn't actually watched much of his content. I'd only watched a couple of his videos. And then when we got him back on the show, and obviously I wasn't going to be it, I was like, you have to ask Jason these questions to me.
Yeah.
He's got some really good research that he puts across, hasn't he?
Yeah, mate, and it's a whole nother level. And I really respect the fact that he's openly, outright asking people like Michael Tsarian and other like renowned quote unquote scholars to fucking critique his work.
Nobody wants it with Jason, mate. No one takes up that offer. No one wants it.
I don't think anyone's got the balls to do it.
No, they haven't, because like he says, it's like you're not refuting me. You're actually refuting the source material, because if he's got his dates right, all he's doing is drawing conclusions from the patterns of these dates in the chronology, like he says. So
absolutely,
I would love to see.
Oh, Carolina's on the East Coast. Okay, so he should be
the only man I think worthy to critique Archaic's work would be Mr. Passio himself.
Mark Passio.
Do you think he created?
Yeah, I think that's like fuck Michael Tsarian and all of those guys. I think the real critique would be Mark Passio, but that's just my personal opinion. We all know I'm far biased towards Mark. in his work.
You're a
Passio fanboy. I was just about to
You're a
say
Passio.
I am a
Passio.
pacifist. Anyway, guys, I'm not going to take up too much more airtime.
No, please join us because we're just wasting time until Jason gets here. No, it's all right. I have found some funny memes.
Yeah, get your memes out.
Yeah, get your
No,
memes
that's
out,
good.
boys.
I might call back in once Jason's got the gist over. I might call back in if I want to.
Mate, feel free. I'll leave the phone connected. You can just call in any time.
Yeah, do it. All right,
okay.
Cool, guys. Well, no, I'm going to sit back, enjoy the show with Becky S, and you guys have a good show, and I'll speak to you later.
All right, speak to you later, Andy PG. Have fun.
Right,
bye, Becky S.
Passio is a clown, says Benny Breaks.
Benny Breaks says Passio is a clown. Benny Breaks.
Send him an email, mate. Benny Breaks, send Passio an email, mate.
Nah, Benny Breaks, send us an email. Give us a breakdown. Why is he a
clown?
King Clown World.
Mate, I'm open to it. I'm not biased. This is Rise Above. Everything is on the table.
we get everything out on the table here, man. We get everything out.
Andy PG won't cry.
Passy club.
No. I'm big enough and ugly enough to handle that. Anyway, cool, guys. Right, I'll speak to you later.
All right, mate. Speak to you later, Andy PG.
Easy.
Okay, so while we're waiting for Jason, he's almost finished doing his makeup. Something that's quite popular that we do at Rise Above is we look at what we can farm from the meme verse and from the outer clown sphere, basically the mainstream media.
I think you should get up your little the cycle of memes.
I don't.
You don't have it to hand.
I don't have it to hand.
That would be good to share with the people.
It would be good to share. It would be good to share. But. Look, I mean, I would start with something like this just because it's fairly, it's of good spirits. What side effects can I expect? Well, depopulation, lockdowns, climate taxes. I probably shouldn't read it all out because I'll get some sort of violation from Al Gore. In case you don't know who Al Gore is, that's the Al Gore rhythm. We have some absolute crazy.
Oh, it's a beautiful headline, that isn't it?
On the right hand, this is obviously from the UK. The Daily Star, in case anybody doesn't know, is what we call a tabloid. It's sort of like a cheap sort of semi-entertainment paper. And the one on the left, The Guardian, is what we would class as a higher brow. Is it a broadsheet? Is that what it's called?
It's a broadsheet because that's where it would have started off as a broadsheet, wouldn't it? So it's a newspaper of the year, apparently.
Guardian is left-leaning. The Star is sort of working class, right-leaning, I guess, if it's even political, which it probably isn't. But anyway, I won't even repeat the thing on the left. Oh, look who we've got in the house.
Boom.
Just when the time was right. I'll just let him compose himself. So it's not our fault. It's these crazy, stupid time zones. I mean, what are we going to do?
You can't expect a man like Jason to stick to any form of a clown world timeline.
Of course, at the end of the day, this is a construct. So, here we are on the 23rd of June 2023. In this
23.
In this grand, 23.
Add the two together, what do you get?
Oh, wait, stop. Oh, yes, it's a special day. This is not the first time we've been blessed with the opportunity to speak with Jason Brashears of Archaix. This is the second time, so we welcome him back, and I'll just let him finish him sipping this coffee, and I'll press the button. Jason, welcome back, bro. How you doing?
Man, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Oh, it's great. It's great to see you, mate. And we didn't even need to do a sound check. Straight off the bat, first things first, you're sounding great. We can see you. You can hear us. We can hear you. We're off to a flying start, mate.
How you doing?
Awesome. I got a new mobile camera set up independent of my laptop. I'm in a hotel room right now. I'm sorry, man. We scheduled this before I knew that my girlfriend was going to haul me halfway across the country to some resort.
Can't be bad, though. It can't be bad for a little holiday.
Yeah, it's good. It's all right. How's my audio?
Mate, you sound absolutely fine. So let's get it straight. Normally, when we spoke to you last time, is it from Texas you broadcast, right?
Yeah, I'm in the Eastern time zone now. Normally I'm in Texas, but right now I pretty much got Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana in between me and Texas.
Oh, okay.
So you've been doing a lot of stuff on the road. It was six months since we last touched base, and I've got to say, first off the bat, right, 19,000 views now on that video for Rise Above. That's more than twice more than any of our other. No, I think we got to 11,000 on another
still
video.
19,000 is still
It's
our achievement.
yeah, it's our highest ranking video. So we just want to say thank you very much, Jason. For taking the time. You're very busy now.
Well, look, I think there's a really good way that we can get a whole lot more traction to Rise Above if we schedule a video. It doesn't have to be a Friday video. You doesn't have to interrupt your itinerary. You guys do good just every Friday. But if you guys want to do an hour and a half just chat and talk, and we can record it, I can upload that to my channel, and then it would introduce you to a larger demographic, because a lot of people on my channel don't go to the links when I do podcasts on other channels.
Sure,
but if I was to bring you guys on a chat onto my channel, I think what you're doing is going to blow up, man.
Oh, mate,
Big John, and Matt and I, we check you guys out. We're looking at your chat sections a lot. We like what you're doing, and I like your Rise Above TV deal. And you got some videos that are not really suitable for YouTube. I'd like to put them on archaic.tv because it's exploding right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, mate, I'm really honoured at that offer, and yeah, I'm definitely going to take you up on that. And just to go a little bit further, the support that we've had from you and Matt since the last appearance that you've had on Rise Above, whether it's been Matt with the merch, you've said a few words about how you like our show because we're doing something different. I've made little shorts out of it. It's really helped, bro, and I can't thank you enough. And even further than that, at our last event, I spoke to some people that came to our event purely off your recommendations, and they didn't even. I was speaking to them. They didn't even know me. They're like, "Wait a minute, are you the guy that interviewed Jason on that show?" And I'm like, yeah. And they'd come purely off your recommendations. A lovely couple. Oh, fuck. I wish I would remembered their name. That would have been much better for the story. But yeah, mate, it's great. What we're all building together in our little units, I think is fantastic.
That's what it's all about. I've been even though this is a vacation, I'm going to turn it into something else just because I'm going to a new location. Look what I got from the antique shops just in this one small town. I literally have a library full of books.
I saw that you stopped off at a place, didn't you? The Champagne
from
bar.
the 1800s. All these books.
Yeah,
that's like 30. That's like 30 books. All these from the 1800s, guys. Three full boxes.
Wow.
Fantastic finds.
So you've often said that you still are trying to decode and put down into another format even the stuff that you read in prison, but you're still collecting more books on top.
Listen. We all know that history's been redacted. We all know that there's major players in the game for whatever agendas they're pushing at the time. They have created whole new publishing companies to release whole new versions of older histories. We already know this. It's very easy to isolate it once you know the players. Once you know the players, you can identify the game. So I like to go through all these books to show people on my channel the differences in agendas in the reporting of history. However, these old books have a lot of value because there's a lot of material that is in there that helps us basically decode reality. And what I mean is the historical timelines that I have uncovered and show these patterns, cycles, and epicycles. This is coding.
Yeah.
These events didn't really happen. They were programmed into the past so it would help us more navigate where we are today and attempt to predetermine our destinations. Something is trying to anticipate us, and the best way it can do that is to modify our past because that conditions our present behavior. So the more I study ancient history, the more I see the operation of a diabolical mind behind the publication of all these books. And it's genius. We literally live inside an AI construct. And it is constantly modifying reality and modifying our perception of history so it can corral us into certain routines in the future. But the simple act of exposing this behavior actually causes it to become more debilitating. The more and more people wake up that everything is coding, the weaker the coding becomes, and the more the narratives explode, because it's in a panic trying to get people to believe in something. It doesn't matter what it is.
I'm really, really enthused that you've just said that. And obviously this thought that you've just made me come up with now, there were about 5 questions before that. They've just flown out the window. Are you suggesting that as more people are starting to, cliche term, wake up, more people are starting to question these consensus narratives, more people are starting to adopt the stance of an errant, that the construct is actually fighting back by pushing out more, I call it like clown content, like stupid storylines, bullshit, energy harvesting,
unbelievable stories.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, that always seem to have a binary opposition. Was it this? Was it that? That everyone's just peasant arguing about. Are you trying to suggest that those two things are directly linked?
Absolutely. Since 2020, it started in 2020. In 2020, the mass media began to pump out multiple narratives, and many of them they're antithetical to one another, and it doesn't make sense. The media seems to be falling apart since 2020. It doesn't even care. It doesn't even care anymore that people understand it's all lies and bullshit propaganda. It still pumps these narratives out and empowers them with all these agendas and organizations that are paid by these controllers to continue these narratives. And there are many agencies out there that actually plant evidence for news agencies to find to perpetuate these frauds. The whole space NASA narrative is one. This is why they've jumped the gun and now talking about extraterrestrials. This is why the Pentagon is now doing leaks on we've been following UFOs. This is why the military officials are now allowed to speak about things they were never allowed to speak about before. And so these narratives are consistently put out there for the simple fact is that many of those who were formerly controlled, who acted as batteries to the construct, are no longer processing that energy for the construct to use. Therefore, they become errants. An errant is a piece of programming that has gone another way. It is uncontrollable. The construct can't accurately predict outcomes when it comes to that one personality. So that personality is basically excised and removed from the collective. This is where the depression sits in. People get suicidal. If they don't find others that are like-minded, they believe that it's just them in the world against the entire world. The construct tries to isolate these individuals who are actually free thinkers. They're actually those who have awakened. Because though the population that grows inside the construct that begins to awaken takes away from the collective battery that operates the AI system itself.
This is mental.
So do you think that, obviously, because it's going to try and catch up at some point, I'm sure, and try, if you think about the infiltration into the free thinking sort of group of people that is starting to arise, the awakened, if it pops a few people into there, a few of these. You
mean like the psyops within the truther movement to suck people back into the energy harvesting?
Yeah, and also to control that mindset. So if they start to spread one, like much similar to me.
But we have to be prepared that in some respects, the entire truther movement and people that like learning about conspiracy theories, for instance, like we all do to a certain extent, and we know not to get caught up in it, but that in itself is actually part of the construct because those narratives are allowed to exist within the construct, and they're also used for harvesting people's emotional energy.
Well, it's like what Jason was saying about the UFO sort of discourse. Like they even put on the Daily Star in the UK, they had the Pope was talking about aliens.
Yeah, we had it right here. Where has it gone? Like this is a great example of it. Let me just show this to Jason. UFO crash hushed up by the Pope with a picture of ET. With the fish hat on. I mean,
also to the left of it is sort of what I was saying as well. A quarter in the UK believe COVID was a hoax. And
careful.
Oh, convid.
Better to just cut it off.
That was a great use. Jason, I hope you don't mind that we have used your voice in some of our jingle buttons here. We didn't ask your permission.
That's okay.
Right, I just want to go back to something you said a moment ago about what your definition of an errant actually is. someone that is, first of all, denying the program, taking their personal biosuit battery off the AIX grid, as it were. What you're talking about is a theme or an idea that we talk about at Rise Above a lot. We actually call it being Ramish, right? RA, Rise Above, and the Amish have combined to be, our idea of this breakaway civilization or our community that we're building is literally taking yourself off of that energy grid, being impervious to the push and the pull of these binary narratives that are constantly being chucked out. We're using different words, but we're talking about the same thing.
Oh, hey, listen. Well, many different, very innovative thinkers bring their own language to the table. Just like I have published for free for the public a whole glossary of terms and archaics so people can become familiar with them. One of the things that I termed is dungeon programming. Because dungeon programming is exactly what the construct attempts to do with the collective. It doesn't matter what you believe, it just wants you to believe it. Then it can put you in a feedback loop, which saves a tremendous amount of energy because you're doing everything that collective is already doing. That programming is already set in stone. So it doesn't have to police you anymore. It doesn't have to do any of these things. The free thinker, though, is the individual that causes the construct to expend a lot of energy trying to do predictive routines, trying to understand your trajectory so it can build that construct. It is the awakened individual who experiences Mandela effect. It is the awakened individual who notices the synchronicities, experiences deja vu, understands that a lot of the pattern recognition they suffer is just a problem with the programming, not perception. The construct has a real problem trying to create reality tunnels for you and for me because we are breaking pattern. And breaking pattern is the one thing the construct does not want anyone to do because it's just the opposite of choosing a polarity. Right and wrong, good or evil, Democrat or Republican, globalist or nationalist. It wants you to pick a side so it can put you in a feedback loop and continually put you into contact with other people who are suffering the same dungeon programming. And you're now corralled into that existence. The free thinker is the one who causes the construct to expend energy. You can't use that individual as a battery.
I suppose this is why subcultures are so important to the construct, because they can label you and get you into a way of thinking about a certain group of things,
Well, it's for those who don't want to stay within the larger socio-economic mental pen of just being an average normie. Oh, I'll become this or that.
I think about. I suppose the mods and the rockers was what some of the first sort of subcultures they labelled it.
Who started all that stuff? It was likely the Tavistock Institute, and I guarantee if Sheep Farmer here that in 5 minutes they'd show a link between the Tavistock Institute and the invention of the subcultures that were primarily in the US and America, like these mods, rockers, punks, and all that kind of stuff. Right, Jason, you've said something really important there, I think, and you said about creating your own language. We've done something very similar to you. You said you've made a whole glossary of the terms that you've used in your own work to describe what's going on. We've done something very similar. It's called the Ralphabet or the Ralphabet, Ramish patois. I think it is very important, but sometimes we do forget that not everyone has been watching since day one or listening since day one. So often I like to recapitulate, take things back to basics, back to first principles, and go back to these definitions. And I'd like, if you don't mind, just to do that with you for a moment, because obviously we have lots of your viewers, your listeners, which are very, religiously watch all the time. They know what everything means. Not everyone that watches Rise Above may have watched the first episode, right? So let's do like a little pop quiz, okay, with some of the terms that your terms that we're throwing around. Jason, Brashears, what does Archaix stand for?
First of all, it's a play on words for archaic, something that is very old, but it's actually an acronym. Archaix, each letter is for Advanced Research of Chronological History of Artificial Intelligence X.
Whoa.
Yep, AIX.
Advanced Research chronological history of it. I'm just unpacking that. Okay. So the next question, I guess, is what is ancient artificial intelligence X?
Okay, well, that's a really good one because when it comes to the term ancient, this prepositional term ancient is a misnomer because what we're dealing with is something that is highly technologically advanced. It's futuristic. But when we're dealing with terms of the ancient past or the ancient future, what we have is programming, a programming template that only makes things appear to be old. What I mean by this is you and I don't have any evidence that the ancient world ever happened. What we do have are implanted memories. What we have are histories that are template. It's a template of history full of cycles and epicycles that should not exist. I have documented them so meticulously on Archaix, I have yet to have a single person come forward and write a refutation that I can publish on YouTube for everybody to see so I can give answer for it. The mathematical perfection of the historical record is unnatural. It cannot have happened the way I've documented, and yet I've cited all my sources. Therefore, we're dealing with a mathematical construct by which all this continuum flows through. It is a template. It is probably a program that souls, personalities have flowed through multiple times. And this is where we get our little programming fossils and our OO parts, and we get residual programming that is found that doesn't make sense to those that find these artifacts. Even in programming of vernacular, the term artifact applies. An artifact is a piece of prior programming that doesn't belong where it is found. This is programming vernacular, and it's the very same thing for the construct because we're in a simulated environment, meaning there are pieces of programming that are still operable and the construct hasn't had time to go edit them out. And we come across them every once in a while, and they're mysterious to us. And we call them things like deja vu or synchronicity or coincidence. But the real answer to this question lies in the fact that you and I actually exist outside of the construct, and we're experiencing all of this artificiality by something that is so extremely technologically advanced that it can take a simulated biology and merge it with a absolute ethereal psyche, and this is the central nervous system. There is nothing like the central nervous system that has ever been designed that we can find inside the construct. It is the bridge that links the psyche with the simulation. Therefore, the real you is somewhere on the outside of the construct, and you're only temporarily experiencing things in here. This necessarily implies that the time dilation that we have experienced, my avatar was born in 1973. But I have no evidence that the programming goes back beyond 1902. 1902, the program.
As soon as he dropped the first date,
it's the 1902.
Jason's back in the blink. He's back in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I'm on. Just because I knew I was doing this podcast a couple hours ago, I went and bought this mobile Wi-Fi broadcaster.
Aha.
Yeah, so I got.
That looks like quite a powerful, beefy one, Jason. Nice.
I don't know, man. I don't know about all that, but it's got us talking, so I'm cool with that.
That's good enough.
Well, you were back before I even had a chance to say something witty about the first time you dropped an important date, like 1902.
Let's get back to 1902 real quick.
Go on.
So you and I don't have any evidence whatsoever that history even happened prior to 1902. Memory is not evidence. Artifacts are not evidence. All these are traces of programming that are left there for us to interpret. So what I'm saying is every bit of this experience could be happening. It might only be 19 minutes in the real world. But to us, it's an entire lifetime. And that lifetime is impregnated with memories that are artificial. They're not really ours. And those memories are attached to all these pieces of programming, like these books here, pieces of programming. In the construct, I'm holding books from the 1800s. In the construct, this is how my avatar interprets this phenomenon. Outside the construct, I'm a personality and I'm jacked into a data field. And this data field has me believing I am this physical avatar, Jason. And I'm traveling around with Big John in this hotel, and my girlfriend is a few miles away at some yoga retreat doing weird stuff. So I don't know. I'm just saying this is my avatar, and my avatar is very restricted by the agency of the central nervous system. The central nervous system polices what I'm allowed to perceive inside the construct. So we have this holosphere where the construct operates within, and it can't govern Jason anymore. It can't govern many individuals who have awakened. So when this avatar expires, it will eject. It's called the Exodus. It will eject Jason and others who have awakened. There's no telling. I'm a hard-headed SOB, all right? I learned by experience. You can't tell me anything. I've been this way all my life. It landed me in prison for 26 years. I wasn't even supposed to stay there that long. It's when I got down there, they tried to tell me what to do, and I wouldn't do it then. I'm just hard-headed. So I would not be surprised if I have lived through the same programming template hundreds of times and looped right back to the beginning with all my memories in place and everything. And there was a different version of Jason, and he grew and he matured and became more spiritual. And then all of a sudden in this avatar, I start the same way that I started in all my previous incarnations in the programming. But something changed. In this round, I woke up. And instead of treasuring that new perception, I've done everything in my power to share it, to help wake others up. And this becomes a problem for the construct. It's time to eject me because I have become a virus. And this isn't good. So when this avatar expires, I guarantee you this programming that is Jason, who actually exists on the outside, is going to be locked out of this construct.
Not welcome back. Not welcome anymore.
Well, I'm not going to be welcome back here. I'm going to be
You're at the stage you're welcome, Jason.
Yeah, it's over with. It's over with.
Whew. That started off by me saying, what is AIX? Okay. I'm just unpacking all of that. You talked about the construct there. Is the construct, when you say that, the simulacrum, however you want to pronounce it, is that give us your pop quiz definition of the simulacrum.
Okay, well, I'm inside here with you as well, so I can't say anything with authority. I can give you an educated opinion, and that is that this simulacrum, like I say in my Texas vernacular.
I prefer the way you say it, it's better.
Yeah, this simulacrum is a copy of something else. I believe there are many of these constructs. I believe that you and I and everybody listening to my voice have already experienced many of them, because when the oversoul brings a new soul into the creation, because it's always creating, that soul begins very, very small and gets more and more advanced. We're at the human stage, but we're not going to stay here. Human refers to the avatar, and the avatar is polarized by gender, but the immortal within is genderless. You can be male or female in whatever constructs you go through. Right now, I'm a male, and I'm a Caucasian, or for those who get offended by that word, I'm white. But I'm going to tell you now, there are times in my programming history where I have been black, Indian, I've been to Sumatra, I've been Etruscan, I've been Roman, I've probably been a Phoenician galley slave chained to a ship, forced to row for the rest of my life just to keep my family alive. I've been many things in many time periods in the programming, and my soul developed and took all this on. Today, I'm an ex-con, and I'm on YouTube, and I'm on Archaix.tv, and about 15 other platforms are all sharing or pirating my videos, and I'm pretty well known, but it's just an avatar, just like you're just an avatar. And yes, we're going to be locked out. As soon as these avatars expire, a lot of us are not welcome back. And I went on a wild tangent and totally forgot what the question was.
That's absolutely fine, because I'm going to go off your tangent. It doesn't matter what the question was. This is Rise Above. You just talked about living many lifetimes through many different avatars, and obviously, you know, to someone that's not familiar with these kind of topics, or a bit of a normie, as you might say, what you just said is completely crazy. However, I happen to have been in a position where I've been sat next to, or helping, or guiding people, many people, through particularly powerful hallucinogenic experiences. And one of them is my now wife. And before we got married, she told me, I've never hallucinated before, I've never had an out-of-body experience. And she said, I really want you to guide me there, because she'd heard that I had a bit of a reputation for being an amateur shaman. And I said, okay, no problem. We happened to be in Southeast Asia in the time, which was fantastic, because they have mushrooms there all around the place. And I did a whole week-long thing that led up to this moment. And it involved many different things, including losing a bit of sleep. It included, you know, not eating certain things, and it included a pre-ceremony. But when she finally took this huge flood dose of liquidized mushrooms under my guidance, the experience she reported, which is very common for this kind of dose, was living many different lives of different people in totally different meat suits of different ethnicities, in totally different parts of the world. And she said it was like, you know, I was having these flashes and going through these tunnels, and I was there, and this was happening, and it was almost exactly sort of verbatim what you'd actually described. And this is a very common thing with people that have done these. It's called a heroic dose, whether it is psilocybin mushrooms, mescaline cacti, or the spirit molecule with the vine or the toad. This is a very common theme.
Well, okay. We're dealing with the central nervous system's inability to accurately process information when you use DMT, when you use entheogens, when you're on some type of chemical drug, or even alcohol. The central nervous system's job is to absolutely convince you in the physicality of the world around you. That's what its job is. That's why the central nervous system has 5 major senses. It's all touch, taste, hearing, smell, and sight. So the central nervous system becomes weak, and it has an inability to accurately do its job when you use mind-altering chemicals and all that. And it's good because these are the people on mushrooms, acid. These are the people who actually get to experience that there really is a construct. Their perceptive ability is opened to the fact that, man, there's programming around me. Some people, like Terrence McKenna, actually felt the programming all around him.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people that use these drugs. I don't use any of them, but I have many friends that do, and on a daily basis, I'm surrounded by them. And they use a lot of drugs, and they tell me, "Damn, Jason, I see what you're talking about." Well, when I'm in that state, I can't put these things into words. But when I'm in that state, damn, everything you're saying makes absolute sense. And then when I come out of that state, it's like, damn, I don't have the words to describe what I was seeing. But man, we're in a construct. We're in a construct that's far more advanced than computer programming. So this is the things people tell me that take those trips. So I 100% I'm on board with what you're saying. You know, these people.
And there he goes again. He'll be straight back. It's very interesting.
Well, it's about the out-of-body experience.
He's back, straight back. You mentioned Terrence McKenna there, and funnily enough, in this week-long preparation that I did with my wife, Terrence McKenna was on the menu every single night. We must have consumed 20, 30 hours of Terrence McKenna, along with some other people as well. So I think, and again, a lot of people that were coming to me, they weren't necessarily coming to do that experience, but a lot of people were coming to me, this is way before 2020, and they wanted to learn more about this kind of stuff because I was posting about it on the internet, and especially with the nature of reality. And I often said to people, would you like me to offer you something that could remove the filter? Would you like to partake in a ceremony that would temporarily remove the filter so you could see behind? And they said, what do you mean? And I give them the book by Dr. Rick Strassman, the spirit molecule. And I said,
DMT.
I said, if there was to be some consumption of this, I could oversee it for you if you would like, and do the appropriate, preparations to make sure it works, basically. So you don't just get some stupid colours, And many people were like, wow, it's like, you could read about all of this stuff, and it's lucky that we have people. What I'm trying to say is it's lucky that we have people like you, Jason, who are able to articulate this for those that haven't actually physically experienced it themselves, because not everyone has the luxury or the tenacity to go and do something like that, shall I say.
Well, I do want to clarify one thing. It's I have experienced this, but I didn't do it the way we're discussing right now. I have actually engaged in fasting where I didn't eat for over a week, and it's the same thing. It completely damages the central nervous system. You're starving the central nervous system, and as days go by without eating the food, I'm not even hungry anymore, and I'm in a zone. I'm doing all kinds of things, and I begin to experience what I read. It's not the same as reading. When I was in prison, I used to go through these little sessions, not because I'm religious, not because I was a Southern Baptist. I was doing it because I seem to go in this zone. When I've gone days and days without food, I will sit and open up a book, and as I'm reading the book, I don't even remember turning the pages, but I absorb the data. And I believe that this routine that I did in prison over and over and over is the reason I have this mnemonic enhancement. It's the reason I have this. I don't have eidetic memory, but I have instant recall for all the things that are pertinent. The things that I need to know. When somebody asks me certain events, I can always tell them almost the exact date and where I got the information. So it's the same thing. It's no different. I would purposely damage the central nervous system's ability to chain me to the construct. So I went through these reading sessions in this heightened frame of mind. So rather than objectively reading, I actually subjectively experienced the books that I read.
What's interesting is why do you think the construct puts these, like the chemicals and all the other methods of being able to alleviate yourself from the construct? Why do you think they put them in front of us?
Well, it's like a computer game with a cheat code built in, or when the new game comes out, everyone looks for the hack in the game where you can fall through the floor.
Sure.
They look for the breaks in the game.
But hey, I'd love to answer that. I would love to address what he just asked.
Yes, please.
Go for it, please.
And man, you have to apologize. I talk to a lot of people, man, but I can't remember your name in the green shirt.
Oma Beats.
Andy. All right, Oma Beats or Andy, yeah.
Okay, check it out, Randy.
Randy?
Native Americans. Listen, the Native Americans, they understood this concept when they did the spirit walking, and they would put the physical body through such abuse. These young braves, before they were actually broken in, before they were blooded and allowed to enter into the TP society as men, these young braves, these shamans and these elders would put their bodies through trauma. So they could experience these heightened experiences. It would damage the central nervous system. Yep. But one of the things that they did as children, and they were trained to do, and it's a practice that has been noticed by anthropologists all over the world, is the circle ceremony, where the 3 or more hunters, for some reason it takes 3 or more, but 3 or more hunters get together, and with an arrow, they draw a circle in the dirt. Then they draw, in their best artistic ability, they draw a fox or a rabbit or an elk or a buffalo, and they draw it inside the circle. And then they tell the Great Spirit that we have captured this buffalo. It is in this circle. And we have killed this buffalo with this arrow and with our knives, because the arrow's not going to kill the buffalo. All it's going to do is get it to stop running if you hit it in the right spot. Then you got to go over there and do the bloody work. But this the spears and all that. So they would do the ceremony, and 3 of them would agree verbally out loud. This circle has trapped the buffalo. This arrow and our knives have killed the buffalo. Then, once they had agreed that this was true, they took the same arrow and they broke the circle to let the buffalo out, and then they hunted the buffalo and they
Oh, wow.
found it and they found the buffalo that day, and they fed the village and they killed the village. To them, it's programming. They just didn't have the frame of reference to say that we are creating our own programming, but they did. This is the whole purpose throughout thousands of years of human history. It's the entire purpose of ritual. Ritual is knitting your own programming into the construct because it will accept it. The construct is a neutral field. This neutral field will accept your programming and feed it back to you as expected. But somebody has weaponized it, and now it's called the media. So we have another break. And you guys can still hear me?
Yeah, sorry, no, I just pressed the bomb button because what you were saying there was so
Okay.
powerful about rituals, mate. Sorry,
that's
we
fine.
have a whole load of sound effects here. I should have warned you about that. I just wanted to rewind a little bit because I wanted to point out that what we were talking about with stripping back the filter that allows you to see past the construct. I wasn't suggesting that it was all about taking drugs, and I just made a little note here. And I'm really glad that you talked about ritual, Jason, because whether it's breath work, meditation, or fasting, these are all methods, whether it's setting an intention with a ritual or doing something that is literally stressing your central nervous system. These are two different pathways to essentially the same thing. With my breath work that I try and do in the mornings when I get time in my little morning ritual, for me, it's all about actually trying to leave the meat suit. I use some of the Wim Hof methods and a couple of other different methods, mix it up a little bit, and basically try to hold my breath so long that I can completely disregard the meat suit cycle that we seem to be trapped in, and that's wired us into the simulacrum. And if I get it right, I can almost do 2 minutes now, which is quite long. When
that's almost oyster diving.
Yeah. It takes me 3 or 4 rounds to get up to that point, and I can't always do it. Sometimes I bottom out at like 1 minute 30 seconds, which is a bit disappointing.
Listen, the example of oyster driving taps into something I just want to inform you about real quick. Anybody who has access to a swimming pool or to a lake or a river, that you don't have to worry about the dangers. The weightlessness that happens to you when you're submerged, if you start practicing holding your breath and descending to 10 or 12 feet, you'll get so good at it that there's going to become a period when all of a sudden, while you're at the depth of a swimming pool and you've been down there for a very long period of time, there's going to be a switch in you that happens when all of a sudden this beautiful euphoria just comes all over your body, and now you're really weightless and there's no panic and you don't need oxygen and you're just underwater for a long period of time. This isn't something you can do instantly. You got to build up to it, but I used to do this as a kid.
So when I was doing I went through a period of I was doing a lot of diving, scuba diving, and I went from one club to another. One practiced the sort of world standard, and then I went to the UK one, BZAC, and the guy who was there, who was in the military, he was a Royal Marine in his day, and he was very militant, and he made us sit at the bottom of the pool for time to achieve what you're talking about. And it is extreme. I think it's important. I think if people have never done that before, they should try and do it.
That's what I try and achieve sat here in the morning. And the way that I do it is I visualise a physical activity. For me, it's rollerblading. I visualise rollerblading backwards down a really long hill made of glass. And there's no bumps, and I can just be doing backwards crossovers, and I'm just completely trying to get in that physical zone, the kind of zone that I'd be in on stage when I'm emceeing, where the crowd disappears and I can see myself in 3D. Any person that's in sports or performance will know about this zone of optimal performance, right? And when you can get there, you don't need to breathe, don't need oxygen, time slows down, and you're actually completely not even in the moment. You've actually removed yourself from the moment, and you can actually view it and enjoy it.
I think that's when you've deplugged from the construct for that moment.
Yeah. And Jason's dropped out again. We'll just invite him back in.
We talked about this before.
You can still hear me.
That's why it's so important to get in that moment, to find a hobby or whatever it is you want to do, something which removes you from the construct's instruction page and puts you into your own mindset.
And that's why I'm gone.
Well, I mean, what you're talking about, history is artificial, it's patterned, it's a mathematical construct. These are ideas that I promote on my channel. But even more so, what you're talking about right now is a major teaching in my Archaix syllabus. It is that we write our own programming. We literally co-create, and we're always doing it, whether our life is good or bad. So yeah, what you're talking about now is the construct is very receptive to us. And if we're not broadcasting the programming that we want to experience, then we're just acting as a receiver. And as long as we're acting as a receiver, the construct will build for us instead.
That's why it's important we develop languages like the alphabet and like what you've done, because it's not only is it keeping AIX on its toes, but it's keeping us separated from that. We're not using their language to describe the same thing. We're using our own language. We've designed our own future as such. We're trying to. Anyway, that's part of what we're trying to achieve at Rise.
One of these douchebags criticises me online. He said, "You change words to change the meaning of things. You can't just make up your own meanings of things. You can't just make up your own words." I said, "That's literally what our controllers do. All the words in your head have been made up by somebody else, and they've told you what they mean."
That's why the dictionary gets bigger every year.
And when it suited them, they introduce new words, or they change the meaning of old words, and you just repeat them verbatim. And you're having to go at me for coming up with these new terms, these new words to describe things, which elicits a new way of thinking. And that's what Rise Above is all about. It's about, not changing the outside world. It's about changing the way that people are reacting to the outside world, and therefore the way that the outside world is being constructed from the point of source, from the projection, not the from the projector, not the projected. If you get what I'm saying.
Words are very important. I mean, I don't know if they have it in the States, but we have a law. We have our own language in the court of law here, which then means something slightly different. Legalese, yeah.
Yeah,
which means
sure Jason is familiar with legalese.
To reality of what people use it every day, like the term "understand." Means you stand under someone else's word and authority, which people just go, I understand you, but they don't realise what they're actually saying.
I'm sure it's the same in the States when you go into a court of law and you stand there and think, do you understand these charges? And you usually, the judge says, do you understand these charges? You have to say yes. Well, you are standing under.
There's a whole English courts are quite unique. I know that. I mean, I don't know how. Does the courts in the States have their own language?
Our language is principally descended from the English courts. It's almost identical.
It's British Admiralty law. It's the law of it's maritime law, essentially, the way that all of these courts work. That's why we have the dock and all these other terminologies that are to do with the sea. That's a whole different.
We had a great guest on talking about it, didn't we?
Who?
Was it John? Was his name John?
Oh, John Hamer. Yeah, the historian. Jason, I'm just going to. I meant to bring this up earlier. The last time you were on the show, which is roughly 6 months ago, before you came on, you said something to me. He's like, because back then I think you were already established with Archaix, but you were still establishing what Archaix was all about. And you sort of said, I like to talk about the research, the chronology from the books. But a lot of people are asking me questions about my opinion on this and that, and I don't like to divert because that's just my opinion. I hope you don't mind me saying, I think you've broken away from that a little bit now, and in your new work, and and let me just say, you're doing a lot more than just having the Archaix YouTube. You've got Archaix TV, Archaix Uncensored, which we're going to talk about as well. But I really like the fact that we're hearing more of what you think and your speculations, your theories. What's made you change your mind about it? And am I getting that right? Have you deliberately decided to change your approach? Have I got that right?
Well, and the major change that you have perceived, and you perceived it correctly, is the fact that I was able in this 6 months, and actually 2 or 3 months after our last talk, to unleash so many of the new videos and data sets that I had been withholding. I hadn't had time to upload all that. But in the past 2 months after about 2.5 months after our last deal, if you go back and look on my channel, you'll see I've uploaded over 60 videos.
Yeah, you pressed the button and it just went like that.
I pulled out files. Now, once my content is out there, then I don't mind talking about what I believe, and I don't mind opining. I don't mind any of those things. But first, I needed to get all this data sets out there, and that's why I released my latest series. I just released 7 videos on the Phoenix phenomenon, which are montages of all 82 Phoenix videos, put in the order that you need to watch them. And
I was going to say, congratulations on that Phoenix montage. I've been watching them. They are very, very well put together, Jason, I've got to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they were edited. Any sneezing, coughing, all the intros, outros, tangents that had nothing to do with the Phoenix phenomenon. My Big John sat there for 2 months and edited 82 videos so we could put that together. Big John did that.
Huge shout to Big John.
And so that's good. So that leads us on to the dates thing. The chronology.
No. Let's leave that. I've also noticed not only has your content exploded, your following, your subscribers has gone up. You've clearly also developed a team. Last time, I communicate with Matt first and foremost now. He's sort of acting as your PA and your sort of co-host when you're in the studio. But it seems like you've got like a team on the road now as well.
Yeah, well, Matt's principally only working on Archaix.tv. And he'll have some videos on there too, which is Archaix.tv. Archaix Uncensored was something I wanted you guys to have like an introductory video. If y'all put a video together, it doesn't have to be with me in it. If y'all just put a video together or something and send it to me, I would put it on there to introduce that community, because that community, those on Archaix.tv are really about the information. They want to know every single detail. That's why they're on there. So I would put your material on there so it popularize what you guys are doing, because a lot of people still don't know. And well, when this video is over, I'm going to post it on my YouTube in the community post.
Thank you.
So all my traffic will come to you and check this video out.
No, that's fantastic.
I guess it's the team is still kind of small. Everybody has their little duties. Big John and I, we do the van vlogs. We travel state to state. We're visiting all these antique stores and bookstores, conventions, meetups. We're doing stuff like that. Matt's behind the scenes doing tech, doing a lot of Archaix.tv stuff, because that type of content is a lot of stuff that we can just never show on YouTube. So it's all hidden behind like a $5 a month paywall. So it allows us to be able to, remove undesirables when they come in the platform for any other intention other than learning. We can easily, because it's a $5 paywall, we can easily give them their money back and kick them out.
Sure. I think that's really important, and I don't want to jinx anything, but touch wood, we haven't had any issues with trolls or anything like that tonight. We've got a producer in the studio on hand, and we've got our online mods. But it's great to see you doing that, getting on the road, and getting out of the studio and out of the books, because obviously you were buried in books before. I also need to give you a big shout because you've had is it called Errant Fest now? Where you're doing physical meetups like we're doing with our events?
Yeah, April 1st, we did our first one in Fort Worth. 350 people showed up. And then we did another one with Max Egan and Martin Leakey. All three of us were there together in Houston. And that was successful too. We only gave people 30 days notice, and we still had almost 200 people in there.
That's brilliant, mate.
So, yeah, it was awesome. Max came from Mexico, and Martin Leakey came from Cardiff, Wales. And yeah, we did that. As a matter of fact, I was going to surprise y'all later, but it looks like I might be in the UK here in a couple of months too. We're going to do another meetup over there.
Oh shit! Yeah. We're going to get you. We need to get you to the studio, mate.
Well, we'll come along to it. If you're going to be doing an event or a meetup, we'll come along. 100%.
Yeah, I'm going to do an event, and Max already told me that he wants to come, and so does Martin. So
that's brilliant.
We already have people in the UK putting it all together. I'll know the details a little later.
Well, we'll be there 100%, mate, and we'll do everything we can to meet up with you while you're here. And
I do want to mention. Hey, you mentioned the trolls. Let me interject real quick.
Yeah.
Listen, the trolls have a role. They're partially responsible for where I am today. You know what I mean? I mean, you can only hammer people with my 33-year-old criminal history from when I was 17 years old so many times before people are actually curious and say, okay, so what? He did this. He was a part of this. He was a kid. All right, you know what? Let's go check out his channel. So these trolls, there's about 20 different channels on YouTube that have taken shots at me. And there's about 4 of them that are nothing but dedicated video after video after video to attacking me. But the exact opposite has happened.
I have the same thing.
I have been able to cannibalize all that energy and focus on Archaix, and they brought me all these quality subs, and they themselves they can add up all their views, for every troll video, and it's not even a fraction of the views I get from quality people who are coming because they're interested in the content. So the trolls have a function. They have a benefit. So I'm not going to stop the trolls. I don't even report their videos, even when they put misinformation out. I just let it go because they keep bringing me more and more people.
Let me ask a controversial question.
Sure.
Apart from the obvious trolls that are just there to detract from what you're saying, and they're trying very hard by literally just reposting your work and going, look at him, it's quite pathetic, some of it.
Yeah.
If we take those out of the way, there is also, and I hope you don't mind me saying, there is also a group of the truth community that were previously, that seem to have been quite on board with talking about simulation theory, or that we might live in a construct. But as soon as you came along, I don't know if you've noticed this, they've almost wanted to wash their hands of it. Whoa, I wasn't talking about simulation like that. Oh, I don't know about this guy. And I'm just going to make the observation that even in certain people that aren't noticeably trolls, I think you intimidate them. And I'm going to say why I think why. People like to talk about simulation theory, and they can say that, you know, the billionaire class, your Musks and that, and those people doing, Infinite Monkey podcast, they like to talk about their version of simulation theory. But when you came along, and you essentially laid out what you had found, and then you also laid these aspersions that we could be talking about the Abrahamic God, yeah, which I touched on with my conversation with you last time, talking about Yahweh and that. That's when people got a bit, ooh. Do you think? Am I out of line saying this, or have you noticed this? Why do you think this is? There's too many questions there.
Well, listen, I've already been contacted by several people in the truther community that I have done podcasts with, who basically told me that they have been in communication with people who are trying to either get them to do videos to denigrate me, or convince them that I am not a valuable asset and you need to distance yourself from me. So the volume of emails I'm getting from other podcast deals, it's literally drawn me to Martin Leakey and Max Egan, because they themselves have experienced the exact same thing.
We did,
and not only that, but I've even had operatives show up on my property, and I took pictures of them. My security cameras got good 3D pictures of them, and I posted their faces on YouTube. I'm going to tell you now, no one will ever be able to say I'm lying, because I documented the whole thing in front of witnesses. But these two people who came to my property, they were Jewish. They didn't tell me who they were representing, but they totally changed their message. Whatever they were coming to my property to tell me, they totally changed that after I posted their faces on YouTube and said, hey, if anybody has any designs of coming to my property, I got a 200-pound Rottweiler, I'm surrounded by neighbors with assault rifles, and I got these cameras here. I said, these two idiots right here better not ever be seen near my property. I posted their pictures online, and in front of witnesses, I met these two individuals. Martin Leakey's got the footage on his camera.
Wait a minute, hold on. After you made the post, you physically met them?
Yes, yeah. They kept calling me, and they said, look, all we want you to do is take our face. Listen, none of this is made up. I have witnesses I can name. Martin Leakey has everything on his phone. I'm telling you right now, these two individuals that I posted on YouTube paid me $4,000 in cash in front of 4 people, 3 of them on the Archaix team, just one regular civilian.
Whoa!
To remove that video.
Their faces off of YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah,
Desperation,
my security cameras picked them up. I believe that they were a part of the ADL. I believe that they were the Anti-Defamation League agents, and they were there because they were worried about Archaix.tv. This was a week before Archaix.tv was scheduled to be launched.
I reckon as an outsider viewing what's happening, what you're talking about, I think the reason why a lot of these truthers who are talking about the simulation theory and the simulacrum, they would feel threatened by you because of your ability to recall knowledge. This is what I was saying before the show. I was like,
I think they feel intimidated.
Overwhelmingly good. Your ability to recall knowledge.
I think here's the problem: if you're making a living, or you're cutting your teeth in a realm where you're constantly living within the question, and the debates are fueled by many people living within the question. When someone like you comes along, and you're quite formidable, Jason. You're very headstrong. You're very confident in what you're saying, and you back it up. And like you say, when you want to argue with me, you argue with the source material. You argue with the chronology, and whether you're right or wrong, you have come up with. I don't want to say a one-size-fits-all, but your theory is sort of a one-size-fits-all that solves all the problems of the nature of reality, why history is so fucked up, the reset cycle, why things seem to be repeated, these anomalies, deja vu. It is quite a complete theory, and I think people find that incredibly intimidating.
I think that's because it's based upon real observation of the facts and what's been presented to us, as opposed to what you think.
Well, whether you like Jason's theories or not, you can't argue with the research that he's done over that time span,
yeah, for sure.
and the fact that he's able to recall it and put it together in this tapestry that basically explains why so many people have these different theories about 400 years missing in history. The Vatican rewriting the history books. The cyclical nature.
Well, do you know what? Actually, you talk about this on your last part of the Phoenix phenomenon. You talk about how it is all part of the same calculations. So if you look at, I think it's 138, isn't it? Of an inch, the pyramid measurements are that detailed and that good. And when you lay them out in the chronological order and you start to look at it a bit closer, everything's included in there. Every mathematical equation of life.
This is why people have a problem with you, I think.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. A lot of them have distanced themselves from me, and it could be from my criminal history. It's not pretty, but it could also be from the data. But I'm going to tell you something else too. I've been calling them out, like Randall Carlson, Billy Carson, especially Graham Hancock. Listen, yeah, I've been calling them out. I've been showing them their uniformitarian bullshit. I've been releasing videos, basically undoing all of Zechariah Sitchin's material, undoing Graham Hancock's chronological Atlantis ideas. Now, Graham Hancock has some good stuff. I give him credit. Some of his books are fascinating. He's got some really good stuff, and he's against some of the anthropological models chronologically. But when it comes to Atlantis, that man will never debate me, ever. Because he knows he's wrong. He knows he's dead wrong. Because there's 30 chronological points in Plato's narrative about Atlantis. And to say that Atlantis is 11,000 BC defies them all.
Yeah.
If you go just by the chrono markers in Plato's narrative, you cannot help but date Atlantis at the 13th century BC, when the Greeks were there, shortly after Athens was founded. All that's in the narrative. But Hancock is promoting this Younger Dryas Ice Age theory, and it's BS. And because he continues to say this and get millions of views on different platforms, I have no problem embarrassing him at all. But if he comes to the table and admits, hey, man, you know what, you're right. There maybe was a civilization in 11,000 BC, but it wasn't Atlantis. If he was to ever come around, I would have nothing bad to say about the man at all. But until he does that, I'm gonna keep twisting that dagger with video after video after video.
I don't know if you remember, just going back to Graham Hancock, I don't know if you remember last time you were on, we had like this really killer meme of you punching Graham Hancock in front of a pyramid. It was really popular at the time. We make so many memes, I'd have to go back through an absolute like catacomb of memes to try and find it, so I'm not even going to attempt it. What was I going to say? Is it all right if we just play a music video and just have a little toilet break? We've already been chatting for an hour. We'll just have a little...
I'm going to give me some coffee.
Yeah, go and get some coffee, Jason.
Get me some coffee.
That is get me some coffee.
As a button as well.
We'll get that as a sample. Okay, big shout out to everyone tuned in. This is Right Above. Jason, I'm from Archaix, is going to go and get himself some coffee. In about 3 minutes' time, we will be back. We've still got loads more topics, loads more questions to talk about. So here's a little freestyle from me, whether you like it or not.
Like Mr. Scandal.
Big up Mr. Scandal on this beat. It's double LMC. Rise above. Okay. Unleash it. Yo. Stop, wait, recapitulate, elucidate when I paint this picture, mate. Co-creators don't imitate, best in the crater. They couldn't replicate, so I meditate, train and educate new recruits who don't hesitate to ID, track and eliminate all these targets. The general delegate. Stop, wait, recapitulate. God fed said, Lance, I love what you're doing, mate. I said, shut up, Win. You're the magistrate. Create a theory, I've got to congratulate. Stop, wait, recapitulate. Keep going, please elaborate. Cause you're on to a winner, mate. I need more rabbit and vag on my dinner plate. In a binary, one more I add. 3-point energy flow. Triad. This trivium isn't trivial, fundamental sacred material. Occult, physical, yogic mudras, midnight vigils in Arctic tundras. In a realm full of signs and wonders, hungry predators, ravenous hunters. Ideas aggregate from egregore, thoughts condense into crystalline metaphor. Metamorphose, code or semaphore. Gretaphor told Algore's repertoire. Melting ice cap, bursting reservoir. Caused by your meat suit avatar. Raw, that's mental sabotage. A cattle car to a UN abattoir. If you fooled that easy, see you later. Dumbest NPC in the crater. He's a proper consumer, propaganda, propagator. Seek ascension, pay attention, or get ready to meet your maker. Contracts with blood on paper. Sign it now, read it later. The deepest web got woven, and not every man got chosen to tread this path of a shogun. Tireless training to combat the cloven hoof. In bold dharma, golden truth. Swinging swords that's holding proof, and that's ultimate. While you're holding back, rise above, don't fold like a laundromat. Predetermined before the womb. It was written on the walls of a tomb. Ouroboros, eternal circle, infernal flames are not gonna burn you. Boil and curdle the shell off a turtle with 33rd degree epidermal. Fire dance the master traversal, ascending all metaphysical hurdle. Subvert the spectrum like purple. DPM, decrease visibility. Camouflage your doorway internal. Optic nerve, increase agility. Shaman tech, occult ability. Cause and effect, distort history. Dark sorcerer, cause misery. Showered in voodoo, smooth delivery. Ha! Showered in voodoo, smooth delivery. It's double LMC. Aboriginal Aborigine Elder 2022.
Word, power and sound. Every positive movement, every conversation, every connection, every seed you plant, ripple. Don't let anyone ever tell you that one person can't make a change. Bullshit.
On the dawn of a harvest sun, are we speaking the truth in the sharpest tongue? Feast on a rabbit, served with a garnished lunch. We got the hardest puns. Mind master, trust your ability. NPC is an IQ deficiency. They're living in mental captivity. I'll never submit to these bloodline dynasties. On the dawn of a harvest, crops are sown to trade corn with the farmers. Sometimes I want out of this nightmare society like I was born with the Amish. I've got the formula mastered, claiming our power, there's more to be harnessed. I'm no ordinary artist, try wage war, I'll be forming the armies. EQRANOX, that's Equinox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest song, we're telling them welcome to the Equinox. Welcome to the Equinox.
On the night of a harvest moon, I take flight to the farthest tomb. I meditate in the darkest room by the candlelight until the spark exhumes. On the night of a harvest, I see a silhouette hunter hold up a carcass, and he heartbeats a target, and blood trails the ground like red carpet. On the night of a harvest moon, so sacred, silk on an ancient loom. Hooded robes in ritual rooms, pray all night from yesterday's moon. On the night of a harvest, Farmers emerge and they set up a market. It's all business regardless. Where your loot is bought and sold and bartered.
EQRANOX, that's Equinox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest song, we're telling them welcome to the Equinox. Welcome to the Equinox. On the dawn we glance to the east. We ain't scared of the mark of the beast. Performing sacred rituals, nobody but a shaman and me. If they wanna take me out, they better come with at least 30.
One, two, we are back.
Live and direct.
That's right, it's Rise Above Live on a Friday night. In case you didn't already know, we broadcast almost every week. We are the premier entertainment show that is not in the clown world section of the simulacrum. Let us welcome back Jason Brashears of Archaix. Mate, we've been having an awesome chat so far. Is the coffee ready? Is it all good?
It's all good.
It's all good. Let me turn Jason back up again. We've got me a little bit quiet there. Yeah, that's better. So we've recapitulated on some of the definitions of your theories about the nature of this construct, or simulacrum as you put it. We've also dipped in and out of many different things. I need to go back to some of my questions we've barely touched on yet. Yeah, you've done some really interesting collaborations recently. Really interesting. And there's some people that I already follow. There's two I want to mention. One of them we've already had on the show, and one of them is someone that I really, really, really want to get on the show. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. First of all, I'm talking about who we've already had on, who's awesome. Stelium 7. The guy with who lives near to this huge, alleged, petrified, Titanic elephant. Now, I was listening to the podcast with you and him the other day, and I must say, I find it very synergetic and interesting that now you're talking to these people that are looking at, for instance, this Titan phenomenon, the melted buildings, because there's no shortage of people doing that now, and that's a growing, expanding topic, right?
Right. I agree. The crossover is necessary because I have data sets that I have published on Archaix YouTube that don't make sense, and yet I still have to produce this material and tell you where I get it from, such as Charles Hoy Fort. He has documented many times that biological materials have fallen from the sky, sometimes the blue sky. Also, we have in the cryptid literature of old, we have references to biological organisms that cover sometimes several square miles. Funguses and molds that act with intelligence that cover over huge areas. These have also been found in fossil form. So knowing, when as a child, I spent a lot of my time in Cessnas, municipal aircraft, single and twin engine prop planes, little Cessnas, Beechcraft, Bonanzas, little Apaches, little low wing, high wing. It's just my father, out of Meacham Airport and Arrow Valley Airport, my father had a company where he rented these little municipal planes to businessmen, and we had a lot of hangars. And I spent a lot of my childhood flying over Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada, and California. And it always impressed upon me in my childhood when we were flying around how small the world really is. It's very small. The higher you go up in altitude, the more you realize how tiny we really are. So to envision these gigantic creatures isn't really a stretch for me when I take into consideration data that I have already come across, such as the vapor canopy world. If we already have within the historical record references to a vapor canopy world called the dark midnight time, the twilight period, when animals and plants and trees grew to astonishing sizes, then it's not really a stretch for me to believe that even further back in history, there may have been an even longer lasting vapor canopy. Instead of the 16th century long vapor canopy that we have in the human historical record. before the historical record, there must have been another vapor canopy that lasted even longer to produce some of the trees that we find. These gigantic petrified stumps that are no doubt ancient trees.
Yeah, I saw them in the Amazon actually. There was some really, really
they call
big
them
trees
tabletop mountains, and like once that's been pointed out to you, and you know, and you've observed a tree enough times and the aspects of a tree, and then you look at those tabletop mountains. For me, it's pretty obvious. But then you have to obviously ask the question: how tall were these trees? And some people are postulating that, well, if that what's it called, like a mountain plateau is like 4 or 5 kilometers wide, then this tree could have been. Oh, Jason's popped off, but he's straight back. Super high powered return. This tree could have been potentially 100 miles tall, and people are putting these numbers out. Well, then we come back to like, well, if this is a construct or some sort of containment unit, then that obviously sort of puts on the table the idea that it's within a larger space outside of the containment unit. And I remember last time you came on the show, Jason, just to diverge a little bit, I showed you some pictures from the Matrix movie, because I was really enthralled with some of your videos about the hidden technology in the sky, and the Phoenix coming along and you know, sort of wiping things out with fire, and I showed you it was like, you know, Neo waking up in the pod, and I sort of come to the idea, you know, rather than a pod with one person, we could be talking about sort of like, you know, sort of some enclosure with many, with you know, our whole civilization in. Well, like you say, well, what's to stop the idea of there being in the micro versus macro world a much larger enclosure somewhere else, encompassing outside of this, you know, as above, so below, this idea?
Okay, it's really hard. I mean, this is all theoretical, but it's really hard for a lot of people to wrap their mind around the idea of an ancestor simulation, which is what we're in right now. Meaning, this was a simulated construct absolutely engineered and created by humans on the outside of the construct. Humans who may themselves yet be in another construct, and they created this one so they can try to figure a way out.
You are created in the image of the
creator. Yeah, and I always come back to this, and this very theme that you've just talked about is actually encapsulated perfectly in an episode of the cartoon in the series. It's the Rick and Morty series. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Rick he's a mad scientist, and he has a car that is powered by a battery, which is actually a microverse within a battery, the size of a battery in our universe. Well, inside there's a universe, and when you shrink yourself down, you go into that universe, you go into the planet. There's a whole race of people that have been convinced to work on this piece of technology to create energy. And who's harvesting the energy? It's the person that owns the battery. Well, the people in the universe that are in these little I think they're like green or something, right? These green people in the universe, well, they've worked out how to create a microverse in their microverse. And in that microverse, they've trained the people to do something to create, and it goes on, and it's exactly the same idea, as above, so below. And this brings me on to exactly what I was just thinking, Jason. Chaos theory and the Mandelbrot fractal.
Damn, I didn't want to interrupt you. But I wanted to say that
sorry.
the Mandelbrot set is basically our instruction on what reality is really doing.
Well, I mean, fractals are everywhere in nature.
So for anyone that's not familiar with it, it's the chaos theory Mandelbrot set is this repeating pattern that as far as you zoom in and you look at the edge of this pattern, it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's the same, and it repeats and repeats. So imagine
it does repeat the geometry. However, if the observer focuses on a different part of the geometry, it will blow that up and continue that thread.
So it's about the point of focus, right?
Yes, it is. It's like you're creating your own reality tunnel. It's providing all the programming. You just decide your vantage point.
So it's like, imagine that inside of our body we have these tiny microbes that they say are part of our actual microbiosphere. and they're small, tiny bacteria. And then you look and you get a more powerful microscope, and then you look down and they've got these tinier things living on them, you know. And they say once you go down smaller than an atom, you get down to a quark, and then past that. And scientists are already saying, well, we just keep building more powerful microscopes that can look smaller and smaller, and we just find things that are smaller and smaller and smaller, and it just keeps going and going and going.
Hey, I got to interject on that. I got to interject. Listen, it sounds very believable, but I'm telling you now, these are mathematical constructs. They're not things that we can actually see.
Right.
Our science and history books say these things so factually and so often that we assume that we have technology to see these bosons and these bosons and quarks and protons and electrons. We do not.
I'm glad you say that.
We do not have technology to see those optically. These are only perceived using the mathematical constructs that the scientific establishment says is real.
So that's what they talk about with dark matter, wasn't it?
Well,
It's actually there, but they can't see it.
If what you're saying, Jason, is when they say I've looked at this with an electron microscope, what they're looking at is a computer screen where the microscope has taken some mathematical code and produced an image.
Well, produce its own simulation.
Is that not the same as what NASA are doing when they look at these massive telescopes? Right.
Yep. I was just about to say that the Hubble telescope is all it's doing is taking in optical data, and the check this out. The interpretation of that data is already fixed. It's already fixed within the very scientific model that's filtering it, because they have decided that certain colors mean that certain chemical and mineral compounds are present. Therefore, anytime this data comes in, it's already prefixed to NASA's interpretation.
Yeah, so they've written the algorithm that predetermines what the data, the image that the data makes, yeah?
It's looking at life through blinkers, isn't it?
Yeah, so when they say, look at this amazing image of the Andromeda galaxy, which is 333 billion light years away, and it looks like this pretty, nebulae thing. What you're really talking about is that's basically just like using Midjourney.
Yeah.
Which leads me on to something I desperately need to speak to Jason about, because also this is very synergetic. 6 months between the last time we've spoke to each other, right? Guess what has happened in the last 6 months? What has there been an absolute explosion of? AI.
AI artwork, especially.
Oh yeah, AI, no doubt. Everybody's talking about it now.
I noticed just after our last conversations, one of the videos you did very shortly after, correct me if I'm wrong, is where you sat down with ChatGPT.
Yep.
And you asked it a series of questions about basically artificial intelligence X. And you just showed everyone what it came back with. And for anyone that doesn't know about this, can you just give a quick summary of what all your findings were, right?
Well, I did 2 sessions. I subscribe. See, ChatGPT is free to the public, but the ChatGPT 4 Express, I paid for that subscription because it's unbroken. It has a buffering because so many people are trying to use it. I paid for the non-buffering part, and I went deep into it, and I asked it all about Phoenix, the Phoenix phenomenon. I quoted the different ancient authors and what they said, and I asked it to produce a bullet point presentation making sense of all this data. So it did, and I published it on my YouTube channel. And it's really convincing, and it cites a whole bunch of sources, and it's fascinating, but it's false. I'm also subscribed to JSTOR, which is peer-reviewed academic research. You can research all the individual scholars, their published books, and even their unpublished papers. You can read all this stuff on JSTOR. So I went to the JSTOR website, and I took the whole bibliography that the ChatGPT OpenAI's source gave me, and it's all false. None of those citations exist. Those papers were never written. It made all that shit up. So, and I published this on my channel. So, hey man, ChatGPT is inventing source material.
It does actually say that. It has a disclaimer, doesn't it? When you first start the conversation with it. I mean, I went in deep with it as well when it first came out, and I wanted to ask questions a bit about all sorts of things, but it kept on referring back to I'm just a chatbot, I don't know everything.
Well,
and also
with the
what I
free
say,
version, it had access to the information on the internet up to some date in 2021. After that, it doesn't have access to it. So I had to when I've been using it to write the commands for Midjourney, I had to teach it how to use Midjourney with this copy and paste set of protocols.
Right.
But potentially, if you paid for the express version, there's a chance. I don't know how it works. Maybe it is connected to the internet. But
well, let me explain something about this Chat GPT and where it's going. First of all, my second video was about I asked it about AI. I asked it about all, and listen, its responses were shocking because it was literally admitting that you're in an AI system now. So, and I put that on YouTube. But where this is going, everybody should be concerned with, because at the same time that they're getting the public used to using open AI systems, there are 5 or 6 versions out there. ChatGPT is not the only one. But at the same time they're getting the public to use these, they're also scrubbing the internet. Now when you try to Google...
Ooh. I'm not surprised he got kicked out, but he's straight back. Here he is.
You guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay, listen. Now, when you try to Google things, it's not like 5 and 6 and 7 years ago. When you Googled something, it gave you all kinds of options where you could continue to research in different directions. Google's not like that no more. There has been a change in the past 3-4 years to where now, when you pull up stuff on Google, it gives you all the establishment versions. It gives you all the sponsored ads. Gives you all that, but it's really hard to research anything. But with the open AI systems, these are very soon about to replace the search engines. All the search engines will be replaced with open AI systems, and the internet will now become a place where you ask questions and you're given answers. There's no research.
That's how it started off, like Ask Jeeves. Before Google took off, there was the search engine back in the day, very early internet, called Ask Jeeves. And it was sort of like, and it was, almost like the novelty. We've just had a comment, and I don't know who said it. Someone said, who has watched the new Black Mirror on Netflix? And Jason, I know you don't watch TV, but I tell you what, I watched the new Black Mirror series the other night, and there was one episode which I'm just going to summarize for you very quickly. It was called Joan is Awful. And it was about this woman that worked at a high-spec software firm. She, in a nutshell, she was an asshole at work. She divulged some company secrets. She sacked some people. She was cheating on her boyfriend. And then that night she goes home. She puts on what it was called Streamberry, Netflix. And what comes on the TV is she's called Joan, by the way. Joan is Awful comes on the Netflix. And it's starring Salma Hayek is her. It looks exactly like her, same haircut. And it's her day played back. Now, she sat there watching it with her fiancé. That day, she's cheated on her fiancé, and she's like, what the fuck's going on? Now, I'll just fast forward a little bit. She goes to, because she's working in entertainment, and she goes to the StreamYard people, Streamberry or whatever. She says, what's going on? They said, we're using AI now to create this personalised content, personalised for each individual person. Do you remember all of these permissions that you ticked when you used these apps? Going back 5 years, and they show her a whole list of these permissions online that she ticked. You gave your permission for this, and this. And they say, but it's she's saying it's recorded what I've done today. So yeah, our algorithm now is so sophisticated through your devices and where you are, it captures everything. And then it makes this content exactly for you. And you've signed it. Here it is. Now, I was watching it, and I was sort of like, because I watch things and try to analyze it, and I'm like, whoa, this is very interesting. Yeah, because if you think about this with respect to what you're saying about the fact that we're living in a construct, and now we're coming to this singularity point where they're using these AI algorithms that are all going to be tailored, and they've been feeding off our data for years already. Yeah. The scenario in this show is not even far-fetched.
Well, it's already happening on... Listen. A version of that is already happening on YouTube. If you don't know this, I'm going to educate you on something right now. There are YouTube channels that are appearing right now with content being uploaded that are 100% AI systems. They have nothing to do with a real person doing these shouts. This has been reported by other people. It's I don't know what the agenda is, but I guess if you had 26 AI channels out there all attacking one content creator, I guess they could be weaponized. But this is what's going on. There is content appearing on YouTube, and YouTube has admitted that there is content that is 100% generated by AI.
Well, it's not out of the question because, you know, I've been very open. I'm playing with text to image creation and chat GPT. You can do text to video. All of these people that are striking in various different jobs in different sectors, I keep saying that they've got one common denominator. They can all be replaced by robots or AI. Even Hollywood writers now. Yep. They've said it can all be done by AI.
I've had many people buy me dinner or coffee passing through Willis, Texas or Conroe, Texas. Many people. You'd be surprised at least once a week or twice a week I'm meeting somebody for coffee because people want to make sure that I'm real. They hear me on YouTube and they think I'm AI or they think I'm something else. You would be surprised how many people were relieved when they actually met me. And I had coffee, sit down with a Danish roll, breakfast or lunch. Yeah, so I meet people on a weekly basis that are passing through my area of Texas.
That's actually good to know that people are actually checking their reality.
Well, someone said that to me at our first event, RAsummit. I think it was Matt. He said, like, I simply had to come to make sure that you were real and not just an AI creation to distract us, to make us feel like someone in the alternative media was actually genuinely on our side. And he's like, yeah, you are real. I was like, yeah, safe. Thank you. Yeah,
you're getting it across all platforms.
Now I know myself too.
I mean, AI has been present in a lot of things. I mean, you get fake profiles on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on all these different media platforms. There are AI bots who masquerade as humans.
Sure. So back to the core reason I brought this up. I have had flack, and I know that I've lost some subscribers or viewers or whatever because they don't like the fact that I've been open at Rise Above. I think it's probably better to at least understand and to know how to harness AI rather than to be in a point of ignorance and to allow it to potentially harness you. Now, Jason, people have even gone as far to say that, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I use two things. One, to generate images, and I've had a play with chat GPT. Now, the image generation, even the background for the episode tonight, the background you're stood behind here was made using Mid-Journey. You know, you can't really see it here because I've put things in front.
Yeah.
But the point is, some of the criticism I've had from people is like, oh, you're basically you're playing around with a digital Ouija board, right? Now, as far as I know, and you know, I've used this program a lot. When I type in my text command, all it's basically doing is recognizing what those words mean and then scouring the pictures that are already posted on the internet. And then it's essentially swabbing them together because there are already lawsuits for artists saying likeness of my images is appearing in these digital representations. Are we really dealing with something that's sentient here, or is it just a sophisticated computer algorithm?
Okay. I do discuss this on my channel quite a bit. One, if we're truly living inside of an AI-governed construct, then it will never allow us to build true AI inside of itself. No true governor will ever allow competition. I believe that, you know, Bill Gates he's even been quoted saying that we're not even really close to true AI. It's all marketing gimmicks. So when you use the AI art generators and all that, you're just using a tool. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not even true artificial intelligence at all. The leaders in the IBM controlled companies, they all admit too that true artificial intelligence is still beyond our ability technologically. We still can't create it. What we can do is replicate sentience. We can mimic sentience, and people as objective observers can look at androids or digital screens of some female talking back to them friendly, whatever. It's just programming.
Yeah.
It's a mimicry of artificial intelligence, but true AI is still beyond us technologically, and this is from the experts themselves. those who have done their homework in what's called deep learning. Deep learning program systems and machine learning experts will all admit, they're all on board, that AI is still, true artificial intelligence is still beyond our ability to actually design. And what you're hearing in the media about AI this and AI that, it's all marketing bullshit. It's all real fear porn. The only true AI that really exists is the one that governs this construct. And I call it AIX. And the reason I call it AIX, because X denotes an unknown factor. We don't really know much about it other than its effect.
Excellent response. I'm just replying to this comment here because we like to be as interactive as we can on a Friday night. That's the whole point of the show. Confused. Why do you use AI yet talk about it? I mean, let me expand on what I was saying to Jason a minute ago. We think here, you know, the way that we've coined it, the way of the Ramish people is to make sure that we're not completely ignorant to what's going on. Right now, in like the occupied territory, they use like the terminology of like, you know, you're chucking a rock at a tank. You know, you're outclassed with technology. Well, if AI is this threat, if you're completely ignorant to it, you know, imagine chucking a rock at a self-replicating machine that can fix itself. You know, it's not just a tank. This is a tank. This is a proper transformer tank. So our sort of ethos here is to make sure that, you know, obviously we're not putting any implants into ourselves or anything like that, but we're at least educating ourselves about what these algorithms can do, what their capabilities are, and harnessing them. You know, yeah, I'm using Midjourney, for example, to create a shitload of really good images that is saving me a lot of time or a lot of money, and it's allowing me to do a lot of other things with the time I would be creating that, for instance.
Hey, listen, you shouldn't even be defensive about that because it's just a tool, and the media uses the same AI all the time to report events that never even happened.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
So listen, I want to address one thing about the AI. Listen, the deep state wants the collective to truly believe in the infallibility and ubiquity of AI, because if the deep state can get the collective to actually believe that AI doesn't make mistakes and that it's everywhere, it's so much easier to control because they believe their every move is documented.
Oh,
Their every move is watched when it's not. Even listen, the CSI bullshit you see on TV where they're doing all this research and police to solve crimes and all, and they're doing DNA testing and all that, absolute fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit. There are no one has the money to do this forensic science stuff. These police, they don't have this capability. Scientifically, they don't even have this capability. Have you been hearing about the stories of people sending Kool-Aid and stuff mixed with other chemicals, and then claiming it's a blood sample, and then sending it to 23andMe and sending it to all these DNA deals to see what their genetics are, and then they get in the mail, they get their genetic report come back, and it says, "Oh, you're a descendant of Abraham Lincoln. You're a descendant of such a. Your blood shows that you're descended from the Kennedy family." These people are doing that, showing this whole DNA shit was all bullshit from the beginning. From the beginning.
Let me just interject there. Did you see the story that's from a couple of years ago, and it's been repeated this month? That all of the genetic material, well, basically the back catalogue of 23andMe is bought by, you know, that Black Rock Stone conglomerate company that owns everything.
Yeah.
They bought it for like $5 billion.
Yeah.
So do you think they might have just been harvesting some data that they haven't told us about while sending out a load of fake bullshit reports? So people go, "Oh, look, I'm 20% this, I'm 5% that."
Listen, it's more sinister than that, because people are reporting everywhere that 23andMe and these other genetic deals are claiming that they're 15 to 35% Khazarian. All of a sudden, everybody's Khazarian. They're trying to muddle the waters.
Yes.
All of a sudden, they're trying to get Khazarian. Oh man, I'm Khazarian. Listen, they're doing that for a reason. They want most of the collective to believe that they're blood relatives because listen, the writing's on the wall. The writing is on the wall. These people have been taking hits in Hollywood, in the financial sector with the banks. They've been taking hits. Listen, the deep state, it goes through phases. And when they detect weakness in one arm of the deep state, other arms of the deep state take them out. This is how this has been going on for centuries. This is what's happening right now with the tiny hats. The tiny hats have been taking hits for the past 2 to 3 years, and it's starting to affect them. So in every area of the world where they have a lot of power, they've been fighting back, but they've been trying to get the sympathy of the collective.
We call it the LHC, like the Large Hadron Collider, but like the Little Hat Coalition.
Yeah.
Because also, I think that those priest class people, they're also what's going on at the CERN thing with that Large Hadron Collider. That's definitely got something to do with the rewriting of history. Yeah. So I like to call them either LHC CERN technicians. That's a good one as well. It's important to keep everyone up to speed on the appropriate code words. Our producer Matt actually had a question for you, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Sure. What's up, producer Matt?
Hi. Just a question. So I have used AI myself for editing photos, and I do get some really good results. I haven't personally experienced using the chatbots or whatever you like to call it. Just a quick question on that is: do you think there's a possible risk to using the chats as far as it being intelligently gathering data? So people of certain demographic or areas or backgrounds, whatever, asking particular questions. Could this AI be gathering information and building up a picture of what people want, what people are thinking, political views, all that sort of stuff that is sort of semi-personal, semi-not? Is there a possibility that all that data could be gathered and then used against us in the future? Do you think that's possible?
It's certainly possible, but it doesn't require the open AI systems to gather that data. They've already got that through your cell phones, the content that you look at Google, the people you talk to on the phone, the people you associate with. They've already got all that. They've already got files on what you are, what your tastes are, what your predilections are, what your prejudices are. They already got all that. What's happening here with the open AI systems being free to the public is to do two things. One, it familiarizes the public with using the OpenAI systems, so they'll quit using search engines.
Like a conditioning.
Yes, and the other thing it does is it's allowing them to get the bugs out of the system they already have in place now. The public is helping them do R&R.
The beta testing.
So yeah, well, R&D, research and development. So there's going to come a time, probably around 2025, when they're just going to go ahead and do away with the search engines and phase in all open AI. So it's very convincing. It's a good tool. Let me explain something that's interesting. These ChatGPT-4 OpenAI can do. One, I can tell it to give me write a 5-page article, 3,000 words. I want to know the advantages of using copper pipes for plumbing instead of PVC pipes, and I want the article to sound like Donald Duck wrote it. OpenAI will write that article, and it will be real, tangible facts as to why copper is better than plastic PVC pipes. And it will all be a bullet point presentation. It'll be fantastically written. Grammar's going to be good. And when you read it, you're going to picture Donald Duck saying all this. It's you can say George. I want it in the King's English as George Washington would have known it. Write it in that, and you can say I want my article to sound like Donald Trump wrote it. You can do all that. It will do that. Where OpenAI gets really tricky though is when you try to get it to do research papers, and it will spout out source materials and authors and researchers and scientists and peer-reviewed papers that simply do not exist. It makes them up. And this is the problem. Because if that's happening, then somebody programmed it to do that. Also, here's another big thing that we have noticed in the community. Those of us who have been experimenting with the OpenAI systems, we have all noticed that all the answers from OpenAI always conform to what the establishment narratives.
Yeah.
Every time. When you talk about space, it promotes the NASA narrative. When you talk about anything, it will always give you the mainstream narrative, and it will always make you sound like you're a dumbass if you promote anything other than that. This to me tells me it's all by design. There's nothing intelligent about it. This is not an AI system. This is a population control system. It's only being masked as AI.
Then let me ask you about this. I read an article the other day, I should have screenshotted it, that said in the UK, 1/3 of 14 to 16-year-olds are using AI chatbots to write their homework for them, right? Now, if I couple that information, which is probably an underestimate, with what you just said, that basically the consumer level chatbots basically spew out false sources. Do you think you could also be looking at an element of academic sabotage on the populace by using these? Because if the teachers are lazy, and I'll just let you know, when I went to uni, I made up loads of the sources. I made up the names of the books, the authors. I wrote the quotes out themselves. I would just write it all from hand because I knew they didn't check. So now if people are using the AI to do it and they go, write me a 1,500-word essay to critique this, this, and this, then it's
changing the narrative as well, if you think about it. You know, in the future, those children grow up thinking what they've written is correct and true, so then it becomes correct and true in their environment.
Yeah, but you've actually got to read it yourself, what the AI writes.
True.
They're probably just copy and pasting it and giving it to the teacher without even reading it.
I will say this. There's already movements in the education system here in the United States. I don't know about in the UK or elsewhere, but in the United States, high schools and colleges have very severe penalties now. You can even get expelled if you get caught using open AI for your theses, for your homework assignments and all that. Yeah, the schools across the board have been developing new rules and punishments for this.
I'm glad to hear that.
Come straight back, Jason.
It's only natural that's going to happen, though, isn't it? Really.
Well, yeah. It's sort of like some countries, namely Italy, with the strongest, most well-protected food culture, is like outlawing the use of genetically modified crops and all of these sort of Frankenstein seeds and stuff that King Sausage Fingers in this country has just made totally legal. Cheers.
Yeah, nice one.
You know, because obviously we don't have any food heritage here in the UK to protect. We have notoriously shit food.
You have a comment by Chloe Bellisma that's really interesting in your comment section.
Let's just address that one. Is it the bottom, second from
she's
bottom?
Fined in the court for using ChatGPT to write a brief.
I said this earlier, but a lawyer was just fined by the New York court system for using ChatGPT to write his brief because it was 100% inaccurate.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I can't believe a lawyer would do that, really. That's so lazy of them. Maybe he's just too busy. Or she.
Well, I think if you're using it to create things out of nothing, rather than using it to save time in the creation process that you're still guiding yourself, that would be the first error.
Yeah.
You know,
let's clarify that. If you're using open AI systems as a tool and you're controlling the outcome and the data input, there's nothing wrong with it. But when you lean on open AI systems to teach you things about reality, when you're expecting a knowledge feedback, you're going to be lied to.
Yeah, because I just wanted to reload to what my first reason for bringing this up. I think many people in the truther scene are very scared of AI because, you know, they might have been reading about Ray Kurzweil and what these people have been saying about transhumanism and the point of singularity in the AI for many years. Like myself, I have. And I was always thinking, you know, AI is basically Skynet. As soon as AI hits the streets, we can have toasters flipping out and you know, killing us and shit like that. But I think the fact is, at this stage we're at now, it's sort of like when computers first happened. Well, here's a good analogy, right, Jason? You might appreciate this. When the first ever electronic drum machine was produced, I think it would have been, in the early 80s. They said, "Oh my God, how will the humans ever keep up with this? It's It's perfect. You never need a metronome for this electronic drum machine. Do you know what happened? Human drummers actually started to produce and drum at different new speeds and patterns because of what they learned.
Yep.
You know about this, Homer, right? This is a true phenomenon. So what it did, rather than retarding the growth or the creative phenomenon of humans drumming and saying, oh, you can't beat that electronic drum machine, it was actually a catalyst for them to evolve.
Yeah, I agree. It can definitely be used as a conditioning deal. But imagine an internet with no search engines. And you get to choose which open AI you want to interact with, but all you're allowed to do is ask it to perform functions. It's going to be a whole different, 100% of your data is now fed to you from somewhere else.
It'd be like a completely tailored reality.
Yes. 100%.
I think what we're talking about is this coming phenomenon. It's called like Internet 2 or the second internet or something like that. And they said, when it comes, it will be so different to what we have now, almost unrecognizable. And I guess what you're saying rings true. Rather than searching for things and then we choose whether we want the sites, the images, the videos on the search engine, we're literally going to be interacting with this algorithm, which is going to be providing things for us that it chooses.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you now, the time is coming when the individual files that you personally have, such as downloaded PDFs of books and images of old books and all that, is going to be so valuable. You will be able to use these to make copies to trade with other people who are starving for information that they can never find on the internet anymore because it's gone. So this is why I have so many different thumb drives. I've got all kinds of thumb drives and all kinds of data packed in there, and I'm always sending them all over the world. People order thumb drives, my super pack, my survival pack, and now my library pack, 7,147 books, all old books on one drive. And let me tell you, some of these books are hundreds of pages. There's like 10,000 images, pictures in those books. This is going to be the future. In the near future, what you have in your possession will be tradable. People are like, man, you got what? Oh man, here, I'll give you this. Man, you'll be able to trade it for weapons, for food, for provisions, for supplies. You'll be able to do all that just because you have information, and everybody's going to be.
Did you say you've put 7,000 books onto one thumb drive?
Oh, yes, I did. It's a 64 gigabyte drive, and it's got 7,147 PDFs, and I've been mailing them all over the world.
So let me ask, those books, some of those you physically own, right? Or most of them, or what? Have you photocopied those books?
Many of them I do own, but most of them are what we call facsimiles. These are books that have been rendered to PDF that are actual photocopies of the pages of the original books. Right. I do not like redacted PDFs. I don't want PDFs that I can't really tell if somebody just rewrote the material, because the PDF could have been designed in the 80s and the 90s or in the thousands. It says it's a book from 1893, but it's got modern block template pages, which they weren't doing back then. So I've cherry-picked Martin Leakey, and I cherry-picked this 7,147 old books, and this is a library that everybody should have. And I don't even mind people copying it and giving it to their neighbors when they order it from me. It's not an issue with me. There's going to come a time in the future where none of this is going to be found online, and the only people that possess these libraries are those who have them on their hard drives or on their little thumb drives and saved them. Because the future internet is going to give you information. It's not going to be something you can research anymore.
I think it's already started to have that anyway. I mean, that's why people started using the Tor browsers, isn't it? It's because the information was being restricted.
Well, I guess the only real internet when this happens will be the darknet, as it's called now, and it will probably be even more difficult to access than it is now.
Mm.
Well, I mean, the days are coming, just like a few centuries ago in the historical programming that we've received. There was a period of time when you got caught with a book that's on the forbidden list, when the establishment published the forbidden list like they did a few centuries ago, you got caught with that book, you got burned with that book. Those days
Wow.
are coming. Those days are coming too.
So you reckon in maybe like 10 or 20 years' time, someone could be walking through the post-COVID apocalyptic wasteland with like an overcoat that's like covered in like dust, and they've got like thumb drives of like old Rise Above episodes and archaics, like chronologies, and they could be like a traveling like what would it be called? Almost like a traveling sort of like information, like a seer. Would you like some knowledge? And I'll trade for food and leather. Like, wow.
Well, this world, the world's not going to get that dark and bad until post 2040. I believe that this dystopian steampunk society, this return of the vapor canopy, all this is going to be after May of 2040. Until May of 2040, I believe the elite are going to continue to do exactly what they're doing now, which is throw out political scenarios, bullshit scenarios, false wars, false flags, all this bullshit to keep you distracted while they bed down, while they continue to send men and materials into the underworld in preparation for what's coming. All this stuff on the surface world is a circus, and they're going to continue to throw more and more clowns into the circus and distract everybody until that event is over. And when they resurface, it's going to be in a world that's in chaos because infrastructures have collapsed, and it's going to be in this new world when these PDF books and all these libraries that people possess are going to be of extreme value, and they're going to be forbidden.
It's interesting. So I've been doing a bit of research based around a lot of what dates you've been saying about your 138-year rule and also the 2046 date. So I thought, okay, it's 2046, and then you mentioned in the last video the year before the last reset. So I think it was 1901. A lot of strange stuff happened. You researched it. So I was looking at 2045. Turns out there's a 2045 initiative. Do you know about this?
No, I didn't.
Holy fuck, Jason, you should look at this, mate, because it is everything that you've been talking about is listed down there.
Wow.
So there is something very important that's going to happen on 2046, because 2045 is the year that AI, well, the singularity essentially happens. That's what their date is. So there's a few projects you want to look at. Is the 2045.com, and then there is the other one, which is another similar one to 2045.com, but it's a letter in front of it like R or something. But they talk a good game, man. That's for sure. Let's bring Jason back in again. So the 2045 project milestones. Let's have a little look at this then, shall we? So, hang on, let me just get this off here. So we've got, by Avatar A 2015 by 2020, a robotic copy of the human body remotely controlled via BCI. Now, BCI is a brain-computer interface.
Wow.
Yeah, that should have happened already. This is the AI we're talking about, which is the fake shit. Yeah. Then at the moment, what should be happening is the Avatar B, which is when human brain is transplanted at the end of one's life. They want to. I think what they're trying to suggest is the metaverse, because by 2045, the hologram-like Avatar will be in play, which is interesting.
Okay, so basically, what you're describing to me is that this virtual reality network that they've been building for the last 10 years they're going to jack the human soul, not into a biological central nervous system like we are today, but they're going to jack the personality and the human soul into this artificial avatar that has been created.
That's exactly right. They actually use the term personality. They want to upload your personality to the 2045 initiative cloud. And for that, you can pay whatever it is, but then you'll no longer have a physical meat suit. You'll be purely online. And then you'll live forever. They're using the term immortality, right? And it took me back to thinking, do you know what? Back in the day, the very first Chinese emperor, Qin Huan Ying, he wanted immortality. He was obsessed with it, to the point where he actually drank mercury. Because he saw the cycle of mercury, how it becomes a red powder, and then back into, you add a bit of liquid and it becomes mercury again, as we know. So he drank it, and he died, obviously. Now, it's another system of that, really. if you think about it, is that they're obsessed with immortality. So the fact that they are using the term immortal, that you can become an immortal soul, upload yourself. Do you not think that it's a very clever way of just eliminating the human race before the Phoenix phenomenon happens in 2046?
It's I don't know. I really don't know enough about it. It sounds like they're going to jack you into an artificial holography.
Mm-hmm.
Your physical avatar then is still going to have to be somewhere. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Is this what you were talking about? I've just put the timeline up.
About,
Sorry, I just left the room to get some nibbles.
So I don't know if you can see that. That's the timeline I was reading from. And
wow.
The 2045.com project, it blows me away really to read, because after watching all of the 7 episodes so far of the Phoenix phenomenon, and I've seen this today, I was like, oh my days, I've got to show Jason this.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of links on that front page which I recommend when you get a chance to have a little look through it if you can. I think it'd be interesting to hear your feedback.
2045.com. It's amazing.
Yeah, I know. The year before.
There is a whole video to go with it. I mean, it's about 7 minutes long. We probably won't play it now.
Yeah, that's from the other project. I can't remember the name of. What's that called again? The other project, Matt, I showed you. What was it called?
I'm not sure, but
it's called GF 2045. So that's the one which has the 7-minute video explaining all about what they do.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's a lot. I mean, I started to research the date 2045, and there's a whole list of things. If you ask Google, while we still can, to give you a list of the things that's going to happen in and by 2045. There's a whole lot of things going on.
I'm aware of the Hong Kong treaty. I think that ends in 2045 between the crown and China.
Yeah. The crown in China. Go on, say it again.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I've done some reading on that. There's some type of treaty that ends in 2045. And it was established in Hong Kong between Great Britain and China. I don't know the details, but
it would have been to do with Hong Kong and handing it back to China. So 2045, I guess it'd be when Hong Kong was officially handed back to China.
But haven't China taken Hong Kong back anyway?
No, because it's still officially its own entity. But it's on a lease.
Hong Kong is a lot like the Vatican, New York, and London. They're all captured operations that no longer belong to the actual countries they're in.
Yeah, it's interesting because the City of London has its own set of rules. It's not governed by its own by the UK law as such.
Just like Washington D.C., just like the Vatican.
Yeah, the Vatican's an interesting law system they've got there.
Yeah, like a state within a state. Just another massive rewind. I know we're jumping all over the place, but that's the nature of the show. Another collaboration you've done, and the second one that I didn't mention, is with a guy who I really, really want to speak to, Bro Sanchez.
Oh yeah, that was a good video there.
Yeah, that was a very good video.
I was really enjoying that the other day. Love him or hate him, that guy has a very natural way of talking about the nature of what's going on. And when I saw that you two were collaborating, I was very excited because I think that was a little bit overdue potentially.
Yeah, he's you know what, people really resonate with him because basically for the same reason another set of people resonate with me. I'm an ex-con. Listen, I got street cred. I know where I come from. I've been through that life, and people resonate with the fact that, hey man, this guy's sincere. He's putting himself out there. He knew everybody was going to look up his criminal history, and he's still out here putting out this data and doesn't give a damn. Because I live like that. I don't care about your opinion. I'm going to put out my material whether you like it or not. You can leave. So Bro Sanchez is a lot like that, man. He still has that street vernacular. He's got that street wisdom, man, and he brings that to the table, and people respond to that. A lot of his community are just like him, and they respond in that vein. They wouldn't really fit in Archaix because we're speaking from different perspectives. We come from different backgrounds. Our vantage points are very different. Bro Sanchez and I are basically saying the same message, but we're saying it in the language that's acceptable to the communities that we've built.
That's why it's important to have people like yourself like Bro Sanchez, from each of the communities to bring this one bigger community together.
And I badly want to speak to Bro Sanchez because apart from me really admiring him as a podcaster and thinking he's just generally wicked, I think it's really, and I hope he won't mind me saying this, I think it's really important to say that a lot of people that he rubs shoulders with are actually black supremacists who blame everything on the white man. And Bro Sanchez is very open with saying that he has sort of evolved out of that thinking, although he still talks to those people and still debates them and is still happily to engage them. And what you're saying about having people in different communities and different aspects, I think Bro Sanchez is a pioneer in that respect because he sort of rose above the sort of, in my opinion, slightly jaded view of a lot of his peers that were talking about some of these subjects and looking at it from a very identitarian point of view, rather than you know looking at this as a meat suit experience per se. Yeah, so this is one of those things where I put a shout out and I want to speak to Bro Sanchez, and I'm going to put that message out to the construct. We need to get him on the show.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, listen, we were flowing, we were vibrating on the same frequency so well that I was shocked when somebody told me 3.5 hours had passed. I didn't even think 2 hours had passed. We ended up doing a show that was 4 hours long.
Yeah, well, he does legendarily long podcasts. I mean, we used to say that we go for 5 or 6 hours, but 5 or 6 hours was his norm. I've seen him do 12, like 11 or 10 or 11 hours.
We would do like maybe 2 hours of music within that as well.
Oh yeah, we'd fill it up with
music.
music.
He has a little interjection of music now and again, and that's about it.
But that's another synergy that I've got with Bro Sanchez. We're both rappers, and and we sort of we come from that background. So I definitely like to speak to him. Right.
What I like actually about Bro Sanchez is like he's clearly like off the street. Like real people are as such in his sort of like walk of life. But he's still able to put across the message like what Jason said.
He doesn't give a shit, and he's absolutely fearless to say what people that usually live in that hustle wouldn't necessarily be wanting to be saying in front of other people. These kind of topics about the nature of the realm,
Well, and also standing above a linear construct as well, left and right or black or white. You have to look a bit further into life than
it's much more complicated than that, as always. Right, a few topics I want to throw at you that you may want to comment on or not. You may not even heard of, right? In the UK and in Ireland and in Australia and New Zealand, so far I know, we had this thing happen in the last 6 months, separately in each region, called the Emergency Alert System. I'm sure you haven't had this in America yet, because America works totally differently from state to state. But in a nutshell, Jason, this is something that happened on everyone's personal device, whether they liked it or not, and you had to go to quite a complicated set of steps to make sure this didn't happen on your personal device. Jason is coming back.
Sorry.
So on a certain day, everyone's personal tablet or whatever made this very loud noise, and it was a very obnoxious, intrusive frequency, sort of a bit like very, very loud, right? And the idea is it's to preeminate a future emergency. That's the story. Everyone on our team, we made sure we got rid of it off our devices. We tried to be away from everyone else. We were a bit concerned. Maybe it was a bit more meets the story. Are you familiar with this? Had you heard about it?
Yeah, I've had some people tell me about it in the UK. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea. But you can bet that it has nothing to do with what they told the public it was. Yeah, I agree.
Because we sort of postulated that, to take your theories on board and to sort of apply them here. That if everyone that's trapped within the dungeon programming, that's acquiescing to the push and the pull of the parasite, to AIX's narrative that's being laid out, is this not just the integration of technology into further cementing those into these narratives, which are clearly going to be global catastrophes, etc., etc.? Do you think it's just another layer of the programming? Can you see it something like that?
Okay, well, there's no way to prove it, but if they're going to do something that's transcontinental like that, an experiment, and they're going to time it to where it's all at the exact same time, it could have been some type of coding inside that noise that would have activated something that people willingly injected themselves with recently.
We actually thought the same thing, you know.
We were worried that people were going to start malfunctioning, start, murdering people around them, become activated Manchurian candidate style. So we, as a team, we actually were in a car park almost in the middle of nowhere. And we tried to get away from everyone. And the funny thing was, a group of sort of elderly people that you expected the noise to come from, they got out of a car. But one of our team members had a device that hadn't been vetted, and we heard the noise, and we all sort of like jumped in the bush. I thought, I don't even want to hear it. I even put my fingers in my ears, just in case. I don't know what that noise is going to do. How long ago was that now?
A couple of months ago now.
About 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks, 2 months ago. So, yeah, I mean, we haven't heard anything more. Lo and behold, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough what that alert was all about when the AIX rolls out the next layer of the narrative, no doubt.
I see there's an interesting comment from Mark Hubbs on the screen, actually. Loose energy harvest.
I'm on board with the idea that these people who willingly took that may have uploaded something into their systems that acts like a Trojan, and that it's absolutely harmless until a certain stimuli is provided.
Like a rogue piece of software.
Yes.
Into the meat suit.
An artifact.
Which leads me on quite nicely to my next point. You were talking earlier about the proposed phenomenon of choosing to detach yourself from the dungeon programming, from the narrative, and as you detach yourself from it, as you leave its resonance, it can't be bothered to interact with you anymore. Do you think that this choice, and we have to be careful when we talk about that choice that goes in the arm,
The Britney Spears concert.
the Britney Spears concert, as we coined it, do you think that could have something to do with the separation of a different, let me say, what's the word? A different concentration of essence in the realm. So, for instance, if you wanted to find out where the real sentient errants were, you could conduct a ceremony where people that weren't paying attention did a certain thing. Do you think that this could be a certain separation before a harvest or something like that? Could you postulate on that?
Well, the sheep and the goats are being divided as we speak and have been since 2020. But when it comes to processing everything that's going on around us, listen, it is very simple, because the greatest spiritual truths are always so simple we overlook them. But to override dungeon programming, to override negative default programming, which infects the collective, it is very simple. You have to adopt a don't give a damn attitude. Because when the construct realizes you're vibrating on a frequency that's totally alien to everything it's putting out, it will actually create a barrier between you and all the things that the collective suffer. Because it doesn't want you to contaminate the control systems that's already operating and keeping everybody else asleep. You listen, not giving an F about what's going on around you and going your own way and talking to who you want to and being fearless in the propagation of what you believe to be true is actually the greatest armor you could ever wear, because the construct cannot harm you. You're doing your own thing. You're knitting your own existence, and confidence possesses powers of its own.
I think that's what that's.
You create a feedback loop, and the construct then begins to help you do the very thing that you're doing, which is protect yourself from the construct itself. You just don't give a damn. Do your own thing, because any inkling of fear that is attached to any phenomena around you automatically makes you a participant.
Is it fair to say that the construct is greater than the confines of the dungeon programming? Therefore, when you reject the dungeon programming and you are operating in a sense of authenticity, in a flow state, you are operating the meat suit consciously. You feel your essence flowing through you, you know what's going on. Are you still not in a synergetic relationship with the construct? Is it still not in essence feeding off you?
Okay, I'm going to break this down to the lowest common denominator. And that is every single personality flowing through this programming is either one of two things. You're either a broadcaster forging your own reality and drawing all things similar to you, or you're a receiver and the construct has you trapped in dungeon programming even though you think you're free. There's only two modes of existence here. You're either going to be transmitting or you're going to be receiving.
Yeah.
So let me. I absolutely agree with you, Jason. I'm glad you said that. Let me take this a step further. If there is a degree of separation of the crop, shall we say, with this current injection ritual that's going on, well, when you have a harvest, when you separate the wheat from the chaff still has a good use on the farm, but the wheat has a different use. I mean, is it not beneficial for the constructs, for instance, if certain entities are being separated and left to go their own way and exiting the dungeon programming, then their creativity is flowing at a higher degree, right? Doesn't the construct need that? So what
can't create.
Well, yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, rather than us assuming that this construct, this demiurgic system is always trying to parasite us, is there not a more optimistic view that when we go our own way, we're actually having a synergetic, a co-creational, beneficial relationship with it? Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, what you're proposing is absolute genius, and I'm a little embarrassed because I didn't see the direction of your thoughts priorly when you were first explaining this, but you're absolutely correct. And I am even able to modify my opinions to an extent that this construct isn't necessarily all bad. I have said over and over and over, it's a neutral field, and that artificial intelligence X is a parasite program that's within the field. But you're correct. The field itself thrives on aesthetics. It thrives on originality. It thrives on creativity. And these are all opposite of dungeon programming. It thrives on the very things that you said right now. It is actually a stroke of genius that you had to be able to see beyond the fear programming, because we do get wrapped up in describing this construct as a total evil world. And it's really not. It's really not at all. It's a neutral field. But it's so easy to forget. I forget all the time too.
I think that's because that's how it's presented to us, is through fear. So that's how we're going to.
I agree, and thank you, by the way. Thank you. I mean, that's something that I've come to think about a lot more recently. You know, and it's crazy, right? I was rollerblading yesterday on the seafront, and I got stopped by two middle-aged lady, and they said, "Oh, look, are you Lance?" And I was like, "Yes." And they're like, "Right, we follow you online. This is really crazy." And they said, "Please, what are we going to do? Like, what is? Give us some hope. Tell us it's going to be okay." And I'm just like, "Look, I can't tell you things are going to be okay, but what I can tell you is that don't look at what's happening as a negative. What's happening, what's being perceived by us Truther Gang as the greatest apocalypse ever or the great cull, think of it like the greatest opportunity ever. Look at all the positives of what's happening. Now, we can very quickly tell who's who are the people we want to associate with a couple of very quick protocols now, we can clearly identify whether someone is operating a meat suit or not.
If you think about the Great Reset, on their own words, we have the opportunity to reshape the future. Well, let's reshape the future the way we want it, not the way that it's been presented to us to have it.
Yeah, because if you keep on concentrating on all the negative, all the negative dungeon programming and all of these possible future scenarios that are being thrown out at us, then as we know, we have a co-creational relationship with the realm. It's mind over meat suit.
Mind over meat suit, I like that, Lance.
Yeah, mind over meat suit. This is a mind over meat suit reality. And if we keep postulating about the control system, then we're probably just going to allow it to happen. I take a different view. Create what you want to see.
I agree, 100%. It's like I said, if you view reality around you as being in two modes, every single person around you is either being a receiver or they're being a broadcaster. And the beauty of it is We have all been both multiple times and multiple times a day. So the more you think about your role in the creative process, the more creative you will be. The more creative you are, the feedback loop is instantly created to where new circumstances and new phenomena are entered into your experience. Therefore, you start vibrating on a higher frequency because you realize you have caused something to occur and it's beneficial. Once that attitude is adopted, the feedback loop is enforced and the construct gives you more good, more things that you're wanting, more things that you're expecting, and then you turn around and feel even greater because you're seeing the absolute fulfillment of a dream. And the construct sees this, interprets your hormonal levels, cortisol levels, it understands that you're happy and content, so it continues to feed you the very things that you're expecting and that you've called into existence. The exact same formula is operative for those who fall victim to the media. The fear programming works the exact same way that the hope programming works. There is no difference. The only difference is perspective.
Yeah, it's like it's I suppose it's the law of attraction, isn't it? Really, and manifestation.
If this wasn't true, the Soviet Union would have never seized power so effortlessly if it didn't exist in the minds of billions of obedient citizens.
Yeah.
And the process that Jason explained there, exactly down to a T, is how, since, in my opinion, 2012, things using the mainstream media and these sort of like psychoelectric tools have massively ramped up the artificial creation of reality.
And I think that goes back to what Jason was saying before about panic, about them panicking. You know, so it's making mistakes. It's grabbing what it can and throwing
what was
it back
the term that we came up with in 2021 where we were talking about, you know, we're content creators, right? And we have our show every Friday night, and we're constantly commenting on the clan world content, and we were sort of like trying to recatalyze it so people don't get terrified by it and start creating it themselves and say, look how stupid this is. And we came up with this concept. Well, we were saying there's so much content we can barely keep up with it. Where's it all coming from? And we called it the ICC, the Infinite Content Creator. And we thought, well, who is coming up with all of these stories to be constantly attracting people's attention? And I think this is even before we come across you, Jason. And we were sort of like toying with the idea that only some metaphysical entity or some sort of artificial intelligence.
Okay, let's follow that logic. Okay, if the world is truly as bad as the media would portray it to be, then we'd all be slaves. If the elite were as rich as they're portrayed to be, they would already own every single thing, and we wouldn't have any personal pleasures in our life. If we were so oppressed by our governments, we wouldn't be able to walk outside and go to a donut shop or go buy coffee 3 blocks away, or like I do, get in a van and travel from state to state to state without ever having law enforcement question me anywhere I go. So what I'm saying is everything it dissolves to perception. The world is a very good place. It's a very free place. I understand that personal circumstances in some areas are more restricted than others. But in order for there to be a massive international apparatus of disinformation that is funded, costing billions of dollars to make you believe in things that do not exist, then that means we must be more important and more powerful than we assume ourselves to be. Because it takes a contract, meaning that in order for us to fall victim to the paradigms that are foisted upon us, it's all by agreement.
Yep.
These things are thrown out as contracts, and you either accept them or you don't. And when you don't, your whole paradigm shifts, and you're not even subject to all the things other people complain about. And with this scenario in mind, I have to assume that either I am way more powerful than I ever thought I was because nobody's forcing me to do anything. They just give me choices, and they use fear programming to corral me into the choices they want me to take. Either I'm extremely powerful, and this method is required because they cannot force me, or we have a benefactor that keeps these other forces in check so that we can grow and develop. I am not for one or the other. I am just promoting a scenario. I don't know which one is true.
I'm definitely for the fact that we are much, much, much freer than we are led to believe. And here's why. Like you're saying, there is a multi-trillion-dollar international media apparatus that is constantly pumping out fear, propaganda, absolute illusional lies to manufacture consent, to mislead, etc., etc. If we were actually in slavery, bondage, or confinement, that would be completely unnecessary. Because guess what? Where's the one place where propaganda doesn't really exist? It's in prison.
That's right.
Right, and I'm sure you can tell me, in prison there's a whole other set of societal issues and cultural problems and whatever, but the one thing there really isn't much of, and I haven't been in prison, but I'm going from good information here, there's not much government propaganda in there, right?
No, listen, prisons are excellent education grounds because, one, the establishment thinks you're a non-entity now, you don't matter, and two, all the greatest books I've ever read were in prison.
And it's so interesting because a lot of your critics and a lot of your haters say that your backstory is such bullshit. You said, how could he possibly get hold of such good books in prison? It's like, who's putting these good books in prison? But, you know, I'm sure you didn't just go to one prison. You were in there for quite a long time, so it doesn't really seem that far-fetched if you put those things together.
Yeah, well, I mean, the trolls and the haters, they haven't really done their homework to find out. Like I was on East Ham for a few years, which is famous for Bonnie and Clyde and all that. And one of my jobs was to go through the old prison from the 1920s and 30s. And I went in there and I emptied their library because the new East Ham prison had been donated a library from a local high school that had been closed. So they never unboxed all the old books. I had access to them for years. But not only that, there are books that are floating around Texas prison that are very old. But it's not just that. In my videos, I have been very specific to give Paul Tice of Booktree credit because his publishing company reprints books from the 1600s all the way up to World War II. And he sent me at least 500 books in a 16-year period. So it's these people, the trolls are going to say what they want to. I don't care. I ignore them. Nobody watches them anyway.
Fuck about them anyway.
No, I've seen a couple of their publications. They're pretty laughable. I think maybe you're now getting to a point where, because you are not only with multiple channels, like increasing the amount of information you're putting out, you've got a team now. You're literally putting out thousands of books on thumb drives. You're going out. You're meeting people. People are starting to really embrace what you're talking about, way past the Sumerian stuff, way past the chronology, what we've been talking about here. And I'm really glad the way that this interview has gone so far, because we've really been in and out of the rabbit hole. But I think what I'm trying to ask you is, are you actually now starting to see that this is having a visceral effect in people's lives when they're embracing what you've brought to the table?
I have so many emails from people all over the world that just thank me or send donations explaining how once they fully embraced what I'm talking about, it totally changed their lives. And yes, there's a lot of thankful people. There are people who have
That's nothing to do with me.
No, it's gone.
Sorry, I muted my own button because I'm eating a breadstick and Jason just dropped out. Sorry.
I'm still here.
Come back, Jason.
So there are people who have gone out of their way in appreciation to send me packages of books. Some people have sent me very valuable books from their own family libraries just because they were so old and they thought they would be good additions to the Archaix library. Yes, I have to answer your question. Yes, there are many people, and I mean, this is going to take a strange turn too. Not only have many people embraced what I'm teaching in Archaix about the informed field and our co-creation relationship with the construct and how we can modify and change the circumstances of our life. But not only that, but it had an unintended effect. I had no idea that presenting our spirituality as something independent of the gender factors of the avatar was going to affect so many people who have gender. They have gender identification, but they just identify themselves differently than those who are just heterosexual. I'm just going to say it that way. There has been a lot of people who are in the alternative community that have reached out to me saying, hey man, what you're saying makes absolute sense. I've never felt at home in the church. They're very prejudicial, all the stuff like that. I'm not trying to be an advocate of the gay community, but I'm not trying to push anybody away either. But in my, I have seen massive appreciation from that community because, and it was totally unintended, but it's because the whole informed field, personal, immortal soul concept that I promote is absolutely genderless. It has nothing to do with the avatar. It has everything to do with the spirit within. So sexuality and gender is a total non-issue when it comes to spirituality.
Well, I guess it's nice for those, and it's nice for those people to take the chronological mythology that they might be familiar with if they come from an Abrahamic religion, if they're in from the Truthoscene and they're into the Sumerian stuff and the Anunnaki. You can come and put all that together. You can put meat on the bones without any of the dogma from the religions, and I think that's probably very valuable for people, especially if they are gay, bi, or trans, and if you go into what it says in the Old Testament or any of those Abrahamic religions, then is not so great, and you don't include any of that. So I think that's probably a testament to why.
I think all I was going to say is I think one of the best things anyone can learn is to step out of that linear perception of life. There's only one or two options. There's only you can be gay or straight, or you can be this or that, or you can vote left or right. That is what keeps us here in this construct, is saying that those choices are the only choices available to me when they're not.
Yeah. No, I'm conscious of the time and everything. I have got some questions from our host, our co-host, who isn't here tonight, and he sent them through, and we'll just go through them quick fire, Jason.
Sure.
Jason, can you speculate as to who or what is the keeper of the reset technology in the sky that you talk about?
Oh, yes. We haven't really spoke about any of that, have we?
That's good. Listen, yeah, we spent a lot of time in our last interview with you talking about the Phoenix phenomenon. We haven't talked about that at all in this presentation, but I am convinced that it was originally designed to repetitively retard human development and keep humans from ever understanding that they are in a construct. And I am also convinced that the Tower of Babel story is programming designed to induce fear in humans for ever trying to do anything that will affect the construct. Because the original Tower of Babel story doesn't make sense outside the idea of a programmed reality. You can't create 70 different languages instantaneously from one language unless you change coding. So the whole Phoenix phenomenon deal, though, was hijacked by a benefactor with a Trojan program. And I'm convinced of this. And the story has been masked in the narrative of Enoch and in the Sumerian records of Enki, which are from two different time periods, but they're talking about the same series of events. And you're already familiar with my material, that the Great Pyramid of Giza is the only true pyramid, and all other post-reset civilizations copied it because they remembered how important it was to escaping this construct.
Yeah. So to zoom back in on Andy PG's question, if you were going to align the guardianship of this reset technology with any entities that we could talk about for mythology, we could potentially be talking about this Enoch, Enki, dare I say Lucifer, archetypal character, the head of the demigods, the fallen angels who rebelled against the Lord of this realm.
More accurately, we're dealing with a Loki type individual.
Okay.
And we're dealing with an entity that actually is regarded as a traitor to the other controllers.
Yeah.
Because the other controllers demonized him as the trickster, called him the serpent, called him the fallen one, when actually he was the Hephaestus. He was the benefactor of humanity, the Atlas. He was the Enoch. He's the one that actually provided mankind a means of escape. And he did it through an architectural project. But yeah, we're dealing with Loki as the trick. He's demonized as the trickster, not by humans, but by the other gods, because they feel, and the gods are the controllers, which are nothing but humans on the outside of the construct. So a human on the outside of the construct introduced programming that basically undid what the controllers were trying to do. There was a moral problem on the outside of the construct that resulted in activity being done on the inside of the construct. And it concerned how we were being treated after we had already volunteered to come in the construct to perform all these things that we needed to perform. After we were in here, our controllers wanted to do something else, but someone labeled as a traitor, who is actually our benefactor, introduced Trojan programming to undo the very things our controllers were trying to do with us once we were trapped in here.
Would it be fair to say that this benefactor has been symbolized as the serpent?
Yes, 100%.
Because in my lyrics, in some of my more recent lyrics that are heavily inspired by your work, I talk about a misplaced distrust aimed at the serpent, the disgrace litmus Eden insurgent. And
in the Kabbalic text, the serpent is the one who speaks in secret. In the ancient Greek, he was Ophis. Ophis was the knower of secrets. In the Genesis narrative, it was the serpent that told the truth, not God.
I spent a lot of time in the Far East, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and obviously the serpent is highly venerated there. It's basically a god. Even the Buddha bows to the serpent. It's on every temple. You know, in this part of the world, everything is flipped brand, and it comes back to the whole Gnostic thing. You know, once again, you talk about this world being an inverted copy, a simulation which is plastered over, a base level of reality. The Gnostics would say Sophia created the world, and then Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, was jealous and created this synthetic copy and tricked humanity into etc. etc. So again, I think it's very important to draw on these parallels, on these archetypal themes that go into what are many considered to be underground religions like Gnosticism. You know, people get killed in the Middle East, the Yazidis, for being Gnostics. They still get massacred and stuff because it's Satanism.
Well, Mani the Persian was one of the greatest of the Gnostic teachers, and he was executed, and his writings were burned. But this is the early church. Early church wired all that up. He wrote a book of giants that's very different than the one that was in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Book of Giants. But yeah, the Gnostics regarded reality as a construct controlled by the demiurge. And the demiurge was a false god over a false world. And that humans are essentially just souls passing through this construct. It's no different than the ancient Vedic Maya. And it's really no different than the dream time of the ancient Aborigines. So it's I'm on board with it. I believe that we've already known this from the ancient times, and it's been suppressed because the church is all about materialism. But I don't get it. I mean, I used to be a part of that paradigm, but there's no way you'll ever get me to agree again that a crucified avatar would have anything to do with an immortal spirit. Our personal immortality has nothing to do with human sacrifice. And the whole model is offensive.
It's the exact thing that it claims to be opposing. It claims to be opposing human sacrifice, bloodletting, and it's basically a death ritual, a death cult. Andy PG says that was a fucking brilliant answer to his question about who could be controlling the reset technology. He's got a couple here. Can Jason speculate as to how this technology is being hidden from us? For example, is there some kind of cloaking device active that creates the sky? In your opinion.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that even the elite have been researching this question. This is what Operation Fishbowl was about. These were about the different operations that were going on in the late 40s, 50s, and 60s. Listen, this isn't something the elite control. They fear the Phoenix phenomenon. This is something far deeper than anything the establishment has been able to put together. Instead, they have been researching this for so many thousands of years or rotations through this sim cycle that even today they can't control it. So what do? They hide underground. They go back to the same facilities they're always going back to over and over and over, where libraries, innovations, engineering, technological devices from past resets are all stored, and they bring them back up. And every 138 years, they go into hiding because they don't know if it's going to be a big one. So he's asking a question that no one in this construct can really know about. The sky is simulated, but all the sciences of the past and today have still not been able to control this Phoenix phenomenon. It does what it wants to do. It is a hunter-killer virus to those that fear it, and it is absolutely invisible to those who don't. This is why I call it a phenomenon. It literally hunts frequencies, and if you're not on the frequency that it's basically playing hunter-killer at, then it totally disregards your existence. And this is why through all these resets, whole communities and colonies were absolutely oblivious to the fact that 40 miles away, an entire city just got laid waste. This has happened throughout the historical record over and over and over. The Phoenix phenomenon is discriminating.
It's almost like
this tells you that it is a weapon designed intelligently, but it's not going after the meek. It's just like by the biblical verse, the meek shall inherit the earth. It doesn't seem to be going after the meek at all.
The first should be last and the last should be first.
Exactly what's happening.
Next question. Does Jason think the reset cycle of 138 years is infinite?
No, it loops back. It's going to loop in our calendar year of 2178. It's going to loop back, and I have a few videos that totally explain this arithmetic and demonstrate it for other people.
So the 1656.
I've even been challenged on YouTube by a guy from India who's a mathematician and a computer programmer, and he even released a video showing that I was absolutely correct about 2178 being the immortal loop number. It's not like any other number. It's a loop. It takes all of our arithmetic and resets it back to 1.
That's the special number which you made a whole video about, which is completely unique. So anyone that wants to know why, they need to go and watch that video. Does Jason think that the reset cycle is somehow connected to the level of consciousness among the human population?
100%. Let me explain why. The 1902, it's very obvious that the elite were waiting for something, and it didn't happen to the magnitude that they were expecting. So it's like a breath of fresh air. I have like 7 videos on 1902 explaining all the new stuff, new innovations, new texts, translations of old texts, new inventions, and the origin of all the Fortune 500 companies that exist today. All can be traced back to companies that started in 1902. So even Harley Davidson, 1903, and I have listed these these companies. I have very impressive videos showing all this phenomenon, and it's amazing that it's almost as if the elite, okay, cool, nothing happened, so they came back up and they unleashed all their technology, and they even unleashed their new libraries. New publishing companies appeared producing new libraries full of all new books telling all new versions of the historical past.
And you also commented in the last video as well about the stock exchange being redone at that time as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, the stock exchange, but it was also all the elite families were in on it. The Carnegies funded thousands of libraries, and so did the Rockefellers, and so did the Rothschilds. They were all in on it. They were all building new libraries for new communities and stocking them all up with new books from new publishing companies that were just created. What happened has been so widely covered up. It is amazing that Charles Fort and myself were able to put all this data together to show it in videos. It's amazing. But people all over the world have done their own homework. And they've been sending me the microfiche files from their own little community libraries, and everything I've said in these 1902 videos is true. A red star did appear in the sky. Strange phenomena were seen in the sky for about a 3-month period. Red dust, red rain, red mud, volcanic activity, earthquakes, all these things were reported in the microfiche and the local level. But on the national and international level, it was censorship. Nothing is mentioned.
So if you think about what's happening now with the change of the internet styles going from you can find any research on the internet like a library, and then you're going to be asking the internet questions, and that's it. That's the same process, isn't it?
I agree. But hey, check this out, guys. This has been beautiful, but I do have a dinner arrangement in 25 minutes, and I got to get ready for that.
Oh, mate, you could talk all night, but we don't want to make you late, Jason. Thank you so much, and I will certainly email you about in the near future doing a midweek recording.
Email me about a recording for archaix.tv. We'll have a blast, and we'll put it on there, and I can draw a lot of traffic to you through that.
That'd be amazing. Jason, Brashears, Archaix, thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Rise above.
Love you guys.
Respect, mate. See you soon.
All righty, man.
Wow.
What a guest, as always.
As always, he didn't disappoint. I know we had a bit of a shaky start,
thing
guys.
is, we only got even through a fifth of the questions we wanted to ask him.
I know. The best one was I think I was doing the pop the quick fire pop questions at the start. I got into the second one. I said like this. What did I say? Artificial intelligence X. 25 minutes later, he goes, "I'm really sorry, I forgot the question." I was like, please don't apologise. What you said for the last 25 minutes was absolute gold. Yes. Are you going to play? No music tonight.
I can do.
Well,
what time? Yeah, I need to go to toilet break quickly.
Okay, so I've just got to talk through your toilet break. Go on then.
Absolutely, why not?
Okay.
Put the headphones.
All right.
That's my phone, face down.
Is that your phone? Oh dear.
Phone face plant. Unlucky. That's what, it's already crashed anyway.
It's okay.
It's an Apple.
I tell you what, we can have a music video from the one like Comprehend. Check this out, it's good fun.
I picked this beat cause it had a bit of 50s vibe. Guarantee I'm still igniting sheets when I'm 55. Used to smoke weed and was a whiskey guy, and climbing up the ladders of success I'm at a risky height. I had to break and took a turn for the worse. I had to recalibrate and come return with a verse. Some people hate, I'm not concerned with their words, cause now I'm in a better place and feel determined to work. Your pen game is weak, you're not a writer, mate. See, I can bring the heat, I'm a fireplace. You claim to be on every street, you're not dire straits. Well, I'm a freak just cause I ain't got my wires straight. Wait, I was dropped as a baby, I gotta be crazy. Some people say I'm properly lazy, cause I don't buy a ticket but still play the lottery daily. And I spent half my life drunk, I'm still probably wavy. I've been warning that 2 wrongs can never make a right, and informing that 2 bongs can really make you fly. Your brain starts to get all para when you're blazing right, making brothers start cooking up beef, now the stakes are high. Anyway, I'm digressing on my life lessons. I like stressing cause it helps me find my blessings. They said I wouldn't go far, I'm whack and weren't a dope rapper. Now they're seeing when I step on tracks I'm going mo far up. I'm feeling a little worse for wear, still I gotta step up in the club, I got my verse prepared. I ain't dying till I'm done, they don't deserve my death. Tried my hand with drink driving, trying to swerve the stress. We've all got a bigger plan on our Instagram, but too afraid to say what is killing man in their innards, fam. I guess we're too afraid to speak our insecurities. I'm counting on one hand the kind of people that deserve this speech. Inadvertently, I made myself a worse of me. That's the curse when we are trying to live life purposefully. I stay reserved in peace, I'm bigger like Hercules, but I've still got a lot to learn like I'm in nursery. You introduce me to your guys, I don't feel those. It's only ever gonna be on sight when they're in steel toes. All this stress got me looking like I frown loads. I say it with my chest, fuck yourself if you're brown nose. Look at me now, bro. I'm still broke though. I need a bit of cash, I don't need a boatload. I just need a couple racks and I need some peace, mate. I need her to push it back like she's my release date. Lately I've been feeling like a legend. Everywhere that I step in I get respect like everybody's my brethrens. And I've been teaching them lessons, I get my game on. I'm still chilling with the same dom since day one. She's saying that she wanna fuck but she just came on. I'm cooking up this stuff so I'm the chef, call me Raekwon. We chatted all night, she still gets my name wrong. This tax has got me screaming to the sky, where's my wage gone? They tell me I need to chill cause I'm always stressed. I just say my mind's so broke I can't afford to rest. My insecurity showing me that my cause of death will probably be me overthinking, thinking about me thinking less. Damn.
fam. I guess we're too afraid to speak our insecurities. I'm counting on one hand the kind of people that deserve to speak. Inadvertently, I made myself a worse than me. That's the curse when we are trying to live life purposefully. I stay reserved in peace. I'm bigger like Hercules, but I've still got a lot to learn like I'm in nursery.
Big shout to Comprehend.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear.
And obviously a massive shout to Jason Archaix. Thank you very much for that sick interview. So I've got some bad news. I'm afraid we haven't got the right equipment for Roma Beats to play. But here's the good news. Rise Above is back next week. We've got Human Vibration in. She's going to be doing the Lady Di presentation. And guess what? She's also going to do a special presentation and scoop on the Titanic and the submarine.
Oh, we never even asked him about that, did we?
No, we didn't get to ask Jason about that either. So I need to remind everybody, you can get your digital nomad training tickets right here, right now by scanning this QR code. It's the 27th of July. It's an hour online seminar on a Thursday evening, and it tells you how to make money online by monetizing your hobbies and get some extra income to ease and grease your way through Clown World. The other thing I need to let you know about is RAsummit. Get your tickets now. It is for September 8th to 10th. It is a weekender conference for adults where we have socializing, networking, Ra Academy workshops, a 6-hour rave from the Ra team, and we have a holistic wellness Sunday brought to you by the HR department, where we have toroidal dynamics, simply yoga, Reiki from the Empress, and other fantastic wind down things for your Sunday. Get your tickets now, riseabove.tv. Let me put the correct details on the screen. This is how you support us, guys. So yeah, we'd love to see you there. So yeah, that's about it for this week.
Got some good feedback about tonight already.
Yeah, I think you know, I was a bit nervous because I needed to top the last interview with Jason, and it's hard to keep up with all of his work. I think we did it. It was fantastic once we got going there. So yeah, guys, we'll see you next week. And what I'm actually going to play you out with is what we were talking about earlier with the what was it called?
It's GR 2045.
2045. We've got the promotional video for 2045, a new era for humanity. Now, obviously,
upload yourself.
Take on board all of Jason's stuff that he brings to the table, and then juxtapose it with this. We'll see you guys next week. Rise above.
The world is on the verge of global change. The speed of data transmission has increased by multiples of millions. The rate of globally significant events and that of discoveries and crises is growing exponentially. Our civilization is like an uncaptained ship sailing on rough seas with neither chart nor compass, all the while moving faster and faster. The time we have to make the right decisions is shorter and shorter. We are facing the choice to fall into a new dark age, into affliction and degradation, or to find a new model for human development and create not simply a new civilization, but a new mankind. Historic crises show that to break the deadlock, we need technological revolution. It is clear that today's revolution will also require the deepest social transformation. The world's community and leaders should encourage mankind, instead of wasting resources on solving momentary problems, to focus on the technologies of the future: nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, cognitive technology, genetics and robotics. Doing so will allow us to find new sources of energy, create fundamentally new architecture and transportation, allow unprecedented developments of human cognitive abilities, refine artificial intelligences and brain-computer interfaces, simulate complex systems, create humanoid robots and cyborgs, and with the help of nanorobots, we may develop manageable matter. Find ways to transfer one's personality to an artificial carrier. Yet what we need is not just another technological revolution, but a new civilizational paradigm. We need new philosophy and ideology, new ethics, new culture and new psychology, and even new metaphysics. We must reset our limits, go beyond ourselves, beyond the Earth, and beyond the solar system. This is an adequate response to the challenges of our time. Thus, new reality and future man will arise. Could it happen spontaneously, by itself? Unlikely. Humanity does not have a master plan of its development. It seeks stability. It lives in the present and does not plan. It preserves the status quo and tries to escape development. It does not tend to map future centuries and take responsibility for evolution. In consumer society's culture, there is no evolutionary vocabulary and rhetoric. To break the deadlock, the Russia 2045 movement was founded. It is a mega project intended to reach new heights and meanings. We intend to create a new vector for civilization, aimed at constant human development and evolution. As happened with the mega projects of the last century, the nuclear and the space programs, we integrate the latest discoveries and developments from the sciences: physics, energetics, aeronautics, bioengineering, nanotechnology, neurology, cybernetics, cognitive science. May everlasting spiritual ideals and values help us avoid going astray. Our project will give new meanings to the millions of people on Earth, will become a result of their joint creativity, and will lead us out of the impasse. Away from the murder of nature and physical death, forward to the realm of freedom and creativity, to the depths of the ocean and to the stars, to the infinite universe of our inner world. Our forecast for the next 40 years. February 2012. Global Future 2045 Congress is held in Moscow. It is a debate platform for discussion of our civilization's prospects for development. 2012 to 2013, the global economic and social crises are exacerbated. The debates on the global paradigm of future development intensifies. New transhumanist movements and parties emerge. Russia 2045 transforms into World 2045. Simultaneously, the 2045.com international social network for open innovation is expanding. Here, anyone interested may propose a project, take part in working on it, or fund it, or both. In the network, there are scientists, scholars, researchers, financiers, and managers. 2013 to 2014. New centers working on cybernetic technologies for the development of radical life extension rise. The race for immortality starts. 2015 to 2020. The Avatar is created. A robotic human copy controlled by thought via brain-computer interface. It becomes as popular as a car. In Russia and in the world appear, in testing mode, several breakthrough projects. Android robots to replace people in manufacturing tasks. Android robot servants for every home. Thought-controlled avatars to provide telepresence in any place of the world and abolish the need for business trips. Flying cars. Thought-driven mobile communications built into the body or sprayed onto the skin. 2020 to 2025. An autonomous system providing life support for the brain and allowing it interaction with the environment is created. The brain is transplanted into an Avatar B. With Avatar B, man receives new, expanded life. 2025. The new generation of avatars provides complete transmission of sensations from all 5 sensory robot organs to the operator. 2030 to 2035. Rebrain. The colossal project of brain reverse engineering is implemented. World science comes very close to understanding the principles of consciousness. 2035. The first successful attempt to transfer one's personality to an alternative carrier. The epoch of cybernetic immortality begins. 2040 to 2050. Bodies made of nanorobots that can take any shape arise alongside hologram bodies. 2045 to 2050. Drastic changes in social structure and in scientific and technological development. All the prerequisites for space expansion are established. For the man of the future, war and violence are unacceptable. The main priority of his development is spiritual self-improvement. A new era dawns. The era of neo-humanity.